We will begin with the daily routine. Okay. Please open the doors, Scott, Mr. Burke. Order. We will begin with the daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of Law Amendments, I am directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bills. Bill number 262, an Act to amend Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act. Bill number 273, an act representing the operation of off-highway vehicles on designated highways. Bill number 279, an act respecting certain financial measures. The committee recommends these bills favorable consideration of the House without amendment. Thank you.
The report is tabled. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. It's a good, quiet way to start Monday. My first time doing daily routines. Keep it up. Introduction of bills. Notices of motion. Oh, sorry. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2001, the Fatality Investigations Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
An Act to amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2001, the Fatality Investigations Act.
Bill 293, an Act to amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2001, the Fatality Investigations Act.
Ordered that the bill be read on a second time on a future date. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 13 of the Acts 2012, the Patient Safety Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
An Act to amend Chapter 13 of the Acts of 2012, the Patient Safety Act.
Bill 294, an Act to amend Chapter 13 of the Acts of 2012, the Patient Safety Act.
Ordered that the bill be tabled and read again on a future date. Notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas on March 29th, 2023, during debate on Bill 278, the member from Cumberland North stated that her employee was, and I quote, coerced into signing an NDA with the Progressive Conservative Caucus. End of quote. And whereas on March 29, 2023, during debate on Bill 278, the member from Cumberland North tabled an unsigned document that she referred to as an, and quote, NDA between blank and the PC caucus, end of quote. And whereas neither the PC caucus nor the PC party ever had an individual sign an NDA respecting this matter, and further, the document tabled in the legislature by the member from Cumberland North is not a document that was prepared for, nor was it entered into the PC party by the PC caucus, by the PC interim leader or current leader. Therefore, be it resolved that this legislature determines that the member from Cumberland North misled the House and that she not be allowed to take her seat until such time as she retracts her comments and apologizes. Mixed Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate. Thank you.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it granted? No. The notice of motion is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North. Order.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I will move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas it is a privilege to be an elected representative here in the Nova Scotia House of Assembly and represent the people of Cumberland North. Whereas in January of this year, I received an email from the government's Justice Department threatening to sue me after assisting a constituent, Gunter Holtoff, who had requested help to get an investigation after his 33-year-old wife died while awaiting care with abdominal pain in the emergency department. Whereas last week, after debate on a bill to make non-disclosure agreements illegal in sexual assault cases in political parties, I was also taunted to speak to media outside of the chamber, which I took as a threat of litigation, taunted by the member of Pictou West. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly be able to do the work as an MLA, free from intimidation, bullying, and threats of litigation. I only speak the truth inside and outside of this chamber, and I plan on continuing to do so for the greater good. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
Tabled. The notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the passing of a good friend and great Canadian, retired Colonel Cheryl Lamerson, who passed away Friday from ovarian cancer. The time allotted for these statements won't permit me to share a fraction of this woman's achievements, how she rose through the ranks of the Canadian Armed Forces, the roles she played, including Director of HR Research and Evaluation at National Defence Headquarters, nor how her research into the integration of women in combat roles forever changed our military, clearing the way for those who followed. It won't allow me to tell you how, retiring to Lunenburg, Cheryl became not only a tireless community volunteer, but a leader in countless organizations, or how her idea of a community consignment shop has raised tens of thousands of dollars. What I can say, Mixed Speaker, is that Cheryl embraced the principle of service before self every day of her life and inspired all of us fortunate enough to know her. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mixed Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to Manny Mumberket and wish the deepest sympathies to his family. We unfortunately lost Manny last week after a valiant and courageous 5-year battle with cancer. Manny lived a full life and enriched the lives of everyone around him. He will be deeply missed by his family, loved ones, and broader community. He is remembered for being able to bring laughter to any situation and looking at the bright side of life. It is a trait that few have, but many appreciate, Mixed Speaker. Manny made an impact in his community and leaves behind fond memories and a trail of great stories with all those he encountered. To his family and friends, I send my deepest condolences. And on behalf of our caucus, we lost an incredible person in Manny, and I'm thinking of him and the family during this time. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I rise to recognize the Dartmouth General Hospital Auxiliary, which is celebrating its 50 years of service this year. Since its earliest days, the Auxiliary's dedicated members have enhanced patient care by providing resources and financial support to help fund essential hospital equipment, programs, the Healing Garden, and a yearly bursary for a Dartmouth High School student pursuing a medical-related program at a university or community college. The Auxiliary's primary fundraiser is the Corner Shop at the Dartmouth General Hospital, which they organize, staff, and run completely with volunteer power. Over the years, the incredible volunteers there have fundraised and donated over $2 million to the Dartmouth General Hospital. Please join me in thanking this essential group of community-minded volunteers for their work and congratulating the Auxiliary on its 50th anniversary.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. April is Parkinson's Awareness Month, And this is a time to recognize and appreciate the courage, resilience, and strength of those living with Parkinson's disease, and to learn more about the efforts to find effective treatments for the condition. More than 100,000 Canadians face the challenges of this condition with determination and grace. Parkinson's disease is caused by a loss of neurons in parts of the brain responsible for movement. Parkinson's can affect all aspects of one's life, yet despite the daily struggles they face, many people live with the disease, persevere with optimism and hope. The good news is that progress is being made towards treatments. The University of Ottawa, Western University, McGill University, and the Montreal Neurological Institute, just a few of the organizations where research efforts are happening here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in recognizing Parkinson's Awareness Month and in pledging to learn more about the condition and the work being done towards better treatments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize today a friend of mine and a member of a Somali community. Lul Umar is a member of Bears Westwood Community, Armdale. Since her arrival, she has done everything to make Halifax a welcoming and loving home to the future refugees, immigrants, and newcomers. She has done work in the Somali community, organizing community events and welcoming for the newcomers. I would like the House to join me and to thank Lul Umar and her community service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton, Senator Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Community-based efforts to save the Whitney Pier rink has eclipsed its initial goals to give the rink a more stable footing entering the off-season. From March 16th to 19th, a hockey tournament, dance, and auction were held by the community organizers to raise $30,000. When the tournament ended, $41,491.25 was raised through team entry fees, even splits, dance proceeds, and sales. Kyle Mullins, one of the organizers for the Pier Community Hockey Fundraiser, sponsored by the Sydney Credit Union, says they are planning events for the summer. Congratulations to organizers Kyle Mullins, Rory Allen McDonald, Sharon Turner, Maria Rossetto, and Deborah D. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Nicole McCaddy. Nicole was a brilliant businesswoman with a laugh that filled every room. Though her time with us was cut short, with grace, with a healthy dose of sarcasm, she fought until the very end. I have it on good authority how happy she would have been to see the new endoscopy lab at the Dartmouth General. Growing up with 7 brothers, 1 sister, and friends who were really family, there was no shortage of love in Nicole's life. But her greatest love was reserved for her late husband, Trevor, and the lights of her life, her kids, Ewan, Emma, Louise. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this legislature to please join me in celebrating the incredible life and legacy of Nicole McCaddy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to recognize and congratulate the members of the Metro West Force Under-13 AAA Warriors hockey team. This past weekend, the girls went undefeated in their tournament, becoming the first ever Atlantic champions in their division. So I'd like to recognize the team members, Olivia Arsenault, Drew Reynolds, Nadia Smith, Ali Sangster, Brianna Payne, Alexa Scott, Adele Damchick, Kate McDonald, Stella Jones, Sydney Power, Abby Kelly, Morgan Clark, April Momberket, Stella Malloy, Marley Payne, Isla Eddy, Gwyneth LeBlanc, and Emily McNevin. I'd like to ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating the girls on their championship. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, anyone who has been to tribal boxing in Dartmouth North knows Jim Maloney. Originally from Sebenagadi First Nation, Jim was recently inducted into the North American Indigenous Athletics Hall of Fame for his long career in martial arts. Jim was just 16 when he hitchhiked to Boston, where he met martial arts master sensei George Mattson. He trained and competed in Boston for 10 years, and from 1967 to 1973, he was New England's undefeated champion in both free fighting and cement breaking. After moving back to Nova Scotia, Jim opened his own martial arts school in Halifax, which operated through the remainder of the 1970s and 80s. A karate master rank and 10th degree black belt, Jim is now in his 61st year of martial arts training. Amazingly, he has trained more than 16,000 students internationally and developed hundreds of fighting champions. At 77, Jim is still training and giving back to the community, especially in Dartmouth North. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Jim on the momentous occasion of being inducted into the North American Indigenous Athletics Hall of Fame.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, on Sunday, January 22nd, 2023, I had the honor of presenting Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee medals to 15 very deserving constituents of Richmond County. Without their dedication, our communities would not flourish like they do. I would like to acknowledge the medal recipients again today. Anita Basque, Louise Campbell, Terry Clements, Anne Degou, Robert Goyesh, Evelyn Landry, Richard Landry, Dr. Lawrence McNeil, Louise Marchand, Allison Martel, Shirley McNamara, Sally Ann Mumbercat, Peggy Ouellette, Donnie Potty, and Debbie Sampson. Thank you all for your great contributions to Richmond County. Your dedication and volunteerism is appreciated by all. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville. I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, today I would like to highlight the outstanding achievements of Morgan and Justin Barron, two hockey players that grew up here in Clayton Park West. Their parents still reside in my riding. Morgan, age 24, left Halifax at age 16 to play 2 seasons at St. Andrew's College in Ontario, then went on to play at Cornell University in New York on an athletic scholarship. Morgan was drafted by the New York Rangers and then traded to the Winnipeg Jets. Justin, age 21, spent his entire junior career, 4 seasons, playing for his hometown team, the Halifax Mooseheads. He was drafted by the Colorado Avalanche and then was traded to Montreal Canadiens. The Barron brothers are the only siblings from Nova Scotia to play in the NHL. In January, they played their first game against each other and were lucky enough to have their parents in the crowds cheering them on. I'm very proud of both Morgan and Justin. I wish them both all the best in the NHL careers and future endeavors. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Chebucto.
Thank you. The commendation of this House is to be extended to former Kings North MLA Jim Morton, who was presented with the Canadian Association of Social Workers Distinguished Service Award at the recent annual gala of the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers. Over nearly 5 decades, Jim Morton has had a distinguished social work career, spanning work as a clinician, consultant, and administrator in Saskatchewan, New Brunswick, and his native Nova Scotia. Jim has extensive experience both in private practice and the public sector, retiring as an administrator with mental health and addictions in the Annapolis Valley. A former chief of staff with the Nova Scotia NDP, there's a natural unity between Jim's social work and his political commitments. The CASW citation accompanying his Distinguished Service Award referred to how Jim's social work values are reflected in his legendary political organizing towards the goal of ending poverty in Nova Scotia. Jim Morton is someone who the people of Nova Scotia may well look up to. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby, Annapolis.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, I rise today to recognize a selfless constituent in my community. Her name is Alma Tebow. I have known Alma personally for years. She is a good friend of my mom, Wendy. I can speak from our experience that Alma is one of the kindest people we know with a big heart of gold. Alma is the co-founder of the Digby Cancer Help Fund Association, which is a nonprofit organization established to provide funds to transport individuals to their medical or treatment appointments for cancer. By fundraising and receiving generous donations from the community, the Digby Cancer Help Fund Association gives out thousands of dollars in gas cards each year to patients with the burden of travel expenses. Alma also generously volunteered her time to support individuals to fill out grant applications at my office. Some of the stories that Alma and my mom could share, Mixed Speaker, would have you roaring with laughter. Alma also participates in the Nova Scotia International Student Program as a host family. She has provided a friendly, welcoming household to numerous international students over the years. Mixed Speaker, I ask that we all share a big round of applause for Alma Thibault. I'd also like to thank her for her generosity and kindness. Our communities would not be the same without volunteers like Alma. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Mixed Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Joyce d'Entremont, the recipient of the 2022 Lieutenant Governor's Award for Excellence in Public Administration. As CEO of Mountains and Meadows Care Group, Joyce strives to ensure that seniors and people with disabilities residing in these facilities get the highest level of care. Special attention is always placed on treating clients with dignity and considering their individual needs. Under her collaborative management style, Mountain and Meadows is now considered a leader in the field of long-term care. Joyce has also generously shared her knowledge through her involvement on provincial boards, where she helps to shape policy and future direction of care. I ask that all members join me in congratulating Joyce d'Entremont on receiving this prestigious award and thank her for her commitment and dedication for caring for Nova Scotians. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I rise today to recognize Mr. Dylan Abbott, who was a recipient of the Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee Medal, which was presented in December 2022 in Halifax Needham. Mr. Abbott has dedicated himself to community and volunteerism. His career has been centered around protecting and serving others. Dylan spent 7 years in healthcare protection and then transitioned to becoming the Deputy Sheriff for the province of Nova Scotia. Dylan was a volunteer medical first responder with St. John's Ambulance, Nova Scotia, and PEI. He has volunteered hundreds of hours at events throughout HRM. I would like all members of this House to congratulate Mr. Dylan Abbott on receiving the Platinum Jubilee Medal for his hard work and dedication to our community.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. The Rath East Link Community Centre, known as the REC, is a multi-purpose sports and recreation facility in Truro that features an NHL ice surface, a competitive-sized swimming pool, a water slide, a fitness center, and rock climbing wall. The facility opened in March of 2013 and is celebrating its 10-year anniversary this month. To mark the occasion, the REC is offering free admission for the public to enjoy a series of events all year long. Over the past decade, a wide variety of events have taken place at the REC, including big-name concerts, curling tournaments, special events, and even an NHL alumni game, which I was honored to play in as the captain of the local leaders team. What an incredible experience that was. Mixed Speaker, I would like to congratulate the REC on the incredible 10 years and thank them for using this occasion to provide live entertainment for our community members. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I rise today to recognize Darren Millett, who has been serving as the pastor at New Life Community Church in Hatchet Lake for over 8 years. The church's mission is to be part of the community, to connect with the community, and open the church up to community. Pastor Millett has been an outstanding leader in every aspect of this mission and has been the driving force behind creative initiatives to support members of the church and the extended community. He has spearheaded fundraising events to send medical kits and food to Ukraine and managed activities to assist new Ukrainians coming to Nova Scotia by allowing the church to be a drop-off point for donations. He has recruited volunteers to help the Ukrainians learn English and provided the Ukrainian store with 3 Christmas gifts for each of the 80 children on their list. During the height of the pandemic, Pastor Millett established the Errand Squad to run errands for people and started the New Life Movers to assist elderly, disabled, or low-income people acquire trucks and volunteers to help with moving. Pastor Millett also opened the church doors and allowed community groups in for meetings when the local community center couldn't open. I'd like the members of the Host of Assembly to join me in thanking Pastor Millett for his generosity and compassion to help others and his work to unite a community. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I rise to recognize award-winning bartender Patrick Fulgencio. Apologize. Can I start again? Mixed Speaker, I rise to recognize award-winning bartender Patrick Fulgencio. Patrick is a multidisciplinary creative with skills that range from archery, photography, boxing, cursive writing, and fashion to his head bartender status at Portland Street's cocktail bar Dear Friend. Patrick's an award-winning mixologist, having represented Dartmouth and the HRM in various national and international events. His accolades include the North American Bombay Sapphire Top 10, Canadian finalists for Diego World Class, the Coast Best Bartender Bronze Medal 2022, and winner of Cointreau's Best Cosmopolitan Canada 2021. Moreover, Patrick is deeply committed to everything he does. He's well loved by the community and always offers kindness, support, and care for his peers and clients. Patrick's positive energy and creative success make him an incredible member of the downtown Dartmouth community. Please join me in recognizing Patrick and his many talents.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mill Sackville resident Maddox Marmoulak, who recently represented Hockey Nova Scotia at Canada's Winter Games in February. His goal for the Games, Speaker, were to have fun, enjoy every moment, play his best, and help his team succeed. Maddox also played hockey with U18 Halifax Max and is a student at Millwood High School, where he's recently honored for being on the President's Principals list. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Maddox on his success at the Canada Winter Games and wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Bedford resident Michelle Gillis on helping neighbours and some of our four-legged friends. In November last year, Michelle offered up her front yard on Shore Drive as a resting place for post-Halloween pumpkins. Residents from across Bedford, me included, dropped off their gourds in her yard. It was quite a sight to see all of those carved pumpkins piled on top of one another. And then Moonay Farms came by to pick up the grand pile, and so in this way, we city slickers helped feed farm animals. So thank you to Michelle for making that happen. I will say this is not the first time Michelle has stepped up to help others. A few years ago, my office was a drop-off point for the shoebox project. Michelle was the biggest donor of shoeboxes that Christmas, and our office was deluged. Her kind acts remind us we can all pitch in to help others. Thank you, Michelle.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although it does not look like it, grass fire season is upon us. On behalf of my 4 fire departments in the community of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, I implore residents not to light grass fires. It takes first responders, especially the volunteer fire services, from other emergency calls. These fires threaten wildlife, homes, infrastructure, and people's lives. The high number of grass fires has caused fatigue in firefighters unnecessarily. Mr. Speaker, burning does not control weeds, nor does it improve the new grass crop. In fact, burning grass actually reduces grass nutrients, and nor does grass burning make the grass greener. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the fire departments and the volunteers in Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, within all of CBRM, as well as the career service. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Zena and Ralph Foster of Parsborough on their 60th anniversary. Zena worked tirelessly in one of the Cumberland South constituency offices for many years and has also worked on many elections over the years for the PC party. Zena and Ralph have been hard workers and volunteers for their community for as long as many can remember. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating Zena and Ralph Foster on a very happy event of their diamond wedding anniversary and wish them many more years together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand on behalf of the low-income, working-class, and middle-income Nova Scotians. You see, Mr. Speaker, budgets are being passed by all levels of government. Today I want to talk about the provincial budget, which there is zero tax relief. Housing subsidies are being made more difficult to get, which makes housing less affordable. Income assistance rates are decreasing because of inflation. Nothing to combat power rates. More and more downloaded on hard-working Nova Scotians. The PC government's solution is to tell Nova Scotians to get a better job or work more and harder. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians have nothing left to give, and out-of-touch politicians don't see this. It's budget like this, Mr. Speaker, that squeeze Nova Scotians and cause them to lose faith in politics. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians deserve relief and better representation now.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mixed Speaker, Team Nova Scotia recently placed fourth in the annual Canadian Women's Curling Championship, the Scotties, which took place on February 17th through 26th in Kamloops, British Columbia. I am proud to say that this hard-working women's curling team, Team Black, has a Dartmouth North connection. Both the fifth, Carol McLean, and coach Stuart McLean live in Creighton Park. The team also includes skip Christina Black, third Jen Baxter, second Carly Everest, and lead Shelley Barker. The team's home rink is the Dartmouth Curling Club, located in downtown Dartmouth. Team Black won the opportunity to represent Nova Scotia nationally at the Nova Scotia Scotties Provincials held in January in New Glasgow. This is the second year in a row that the team advanced to the National Scotties. Quite an achievement. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Team Black on their victory in New Glasgow and their impressive fourth-place finish in Kamloops. They've done us all proud.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Family Services of Eastern Nova Scotia, who recently were awarded the prestigious Believers Award from 211 Nova Scotia. The Believers Award is presented to an individual or organization who champions 211 Nova Scotia's mission and aims to positively impact the lives of Nova Scotians. Family Services was recognized for establishing a helpline for men in September 2021 after noticing an increase in the number of men seeking help as they struggled with the pressures and fallout from the pandemic. Executive Director Nancy McDonald says men were looking for help but had fewer resources to deal with isolation and job loss. They were hopeful that by providing help, it would prevent and reduce family violence. The overwhelming success of the Men's Helpline led to the establishment of a Women's and All Genders Helpline in June of 2022. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating Family Services of Eastern Nova Scotia on being recognized for their tremendous work in our communities and thank them for their tireless commitment to serving Nova Scotians. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Mixed Speaker, it's inspiring. Citizens turn. Mixed Speaker, it's inspiring when citizens turn a long, difficult personal journey into a mission to help others. Mark Long, a former police officer living with PTSD, has founded the Returning Warriors Ranch in Bishopville. Long recently sold his Halifax home and purchased the 76-acre property to host a program for frontline workers, military veterans, and first responders affected by PTSD. The program will launch this year at the Returning Warriors Ranch and will include a variety of activities such as nature walks, peer discussions, yoga, meditation, massage therapy, equine therapy, and a trust-building high ropes course. Long has also created the Cracked Armor clothing line to help fund the program. He believes that through Cracked Armor, he can provide a sense of connection and belonging that is often missing for people who have lost their jobs or become isolated due to PTSD. I ask all members of the Legislative Assembly to join me in congratulating and thanking Mark Long for his determination and leadership in helping those suffering from PTSD. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. I rise today to recognize Sub-Lieutenant Brandon Rodier. He was a recipient of the Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee Medal, which was presented to him in December 2022 in Halifax Needham. Sub-Lieutenant Brandon Rodier has dedicated himself to our country, province, and communities on both coasts in all that he does. His career has been centered around protecting and serving others. He is currently a naval warfare officer with the Royal Canadian Navy based out of CFB Halifax. Brandon has received many awards throughout his career. Chief Petty Officer First Class in the Cadet Cadre, Sea Cadet Service Medal, Navy League Medal of Excellence, the Cadet of the Year, Lord Strathcona Medal is just to name a few. I would like all members to help join me in recognizing and thanking Sub-Lieutenant Brandon Rodier for his continued years of service for our country.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank Jeremy Mumbercat of Lower Sackville. If you have ever attended a free jam or karaoke event in Lower Sackville, you most likely have had the pleasure of meeting Jeremy Mumbercat, otherwise known as Jer Mumbo. Jer Mumbo's ability to draw in people is commendable. Jer has been organizing free jam events at Freeman's Little, New York, and Sackawak Canoe Club for the past couple of years. Recently, he started a karaoke night at Sackawak, providing those who do not play an instrument but like to sing the opportunity to share their voices with their audiences. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in thanking Jer Mambo for his efforts in bringing the community together to share their musical talents while enjoying each other's company. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member from Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize Annette Goodwin. Annette is a constituent of mine who every year puts together a huge Bedford cleanup throughout my riding, Bedford South, and into Bedford Basin as well on Earth Day, which will be coming up in a few weeks, April 22nd or 23rd, I think it is. 23rd, yeah. So I just wanted to congratulate Annette. The event is wonderful. I attended last year at Tyler Sampson Park in West Bedford. Brought my kids along, cleaned up the park. They enjoyed it, and it was a wonderful time and made a huge impact in the community. So I want to thank Annette and look forward to this year's event later on this month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was a big weekend for sports in Pictou County, and it is with pride that I rise to congratulate 3 of our local hockey teams, all of which brought home regional gold medals yesterday. Pictou County Crushers took home the under-13 male Atlantic gold. Winning the under-18 male Atlantic gold were the week's under-18 majors, and the Northern Selects won the under-18 female Atlantic gold. Mr. Speaker, our athletes worked tremendously hard to reach this level of competition. Behind all of these players is a long list of supporters, including parents, coaches, friends, and volunteers. To our 3 teams and everyone involved, congratulations on bringing home gold and making everyone in Pictou County proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to stand and wish my grandpa a happy 88th birthday. Roddy Jesson was born in Whitney Pier. He was a social worker by trade. He retired with Halifax County Rehab. Married my grandmother, Mary Carmel Hickey from Glace Bay. He's the father of 4, grandfather of 12, great-grandfather of 3. And this September, Elizabeth and I will be bringing in Elizabeth and I are going to be bringing in his 4th great-grandchild. Happy birthday, Grandpa.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was a great honor to have presented the Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee Medal to 15 deserving recipients from my constituency on December 10th, 2022. The recipients in Argyle were Peggy Boudreau, Frank Landry, Jeanine Hughes in the field of public service, Bill Kroll, Pauline D'Entremont, Donnie Jacquard in the field of heritage. For volunteer services, Joanne Larkin, Ruth LeBlanc, Jill McKenzie, Kathy Guerin-Amiro, and Earl Muse. Yvette D'Entremont in the field of arts. In the field of healthcare, Dr. Peter Loveridge, Charlie Muse and Master Warrant Officer Nicholas Robichaud in the field of veterans and military services. Mr. Speaker, I would ask all members of the legislature to join me in thanking each of these individuals for their respective contributions to our communities, our province, and our country. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate Arthur Shears on completion of his new book, Overseas Adventures, from Afghanistan to Zambia and points in between. I recently had the pleasure of sitting down with Arthur during my coffee and conversation to discuss his new book. Arthur's memoir describes his experiences in the period of 1971 to 2021. That is 50 years. And he wrote the book during COVID and after his last long-term assignment in Malawi, South Africa. The memoir brings the reader stories from more than 16 countries around the globe. Arthur says living and working abroad had its challenges and rewards. New cultures, new languages, international cuisine and tropical disease, and attempted kidnapping and working in a war zone are some of the stories he shares. Arthur is now semi-retired and living in Clayton Park West. Congratulations on your work of art, Arthur, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pat Kerrigan, along with her husband Brett and cousin David Lavers, have been painstakingly restoring an old community cemetery in Salt Springs. The Caledonia Cemetery is thought to be the second oldest cemetery in Pictou County, with the first burial dated 1812. Many of those buried there were early settlers from Scotland. Sadly, the cemetery fell into disrepair sometime in the 1880s. During preparations to begin restoration and cleanup, they discovered that Brett's great-great-great-grandfather was buried there. So far, they have cleaned and repaired 58 headstones. Some headstones just required basic cleaning, while others required the use of an excavator. They plan to continue their work with 30 headstones remaining to be repaired. Pat's goal is to build a website where a QR code is attached to every stone so that anyone can access the history of the stone and cemetery. Mr. Speaker, I thank Pat and Brett Kerrigan and David Lavers for taking on this project to preserve a little piece of Pictou County history. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, aujourd'hui, je félicite les Dragons de l'Université Sainte-Anne, champions de volleyball masculin de l'Association atlantique du sport collégial pour 2022-2023. Les Dragons, dont les membres étaient une combinaison de vétérans et de recrues, ont terminé l'année au sommet de la conférence de l'AASC avec une fiche de 12-3. En finale du championnat de l'AASC, les Dragons ont battu Holland College, remportant ainsi le titre de champion de volleyball masculin pour la première fois depuis 1995-96. L'équipe est revenue récemment des championnats canadiens avec une première victoire dans l'histoire du volleyball masculin des Dragons au championnat du pays. Je demande à tous les membres de se joindre à moi pour féliciter les Dragons de l'Université Sainte-Anne et souhaiter aux joueurs qui ont obtenu leur diplôme cette année bonne chance dans leur projet futur. Merci. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the University St. Anne's Dragons, the 2022-2023 Atlantic Collegiate Athletic Association men's volleyball champions. The Dragons, whose members were a combination of veterans and rookies, finished the year at the top of the ACAA's conference with a 12-3 record. In the final round of the ACAA championships, the Dragons won Holland College, winning the men's volleyball title for the first time since 1995-1996. The team recently returned from the Canadian Championships with the first win, the Dragon male volleyball. I ask that all members join me in congratulating the University St. Anne Dragon and wish the players graduating this year good luck in their future endeavors. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remember the former Fire Chief David Nelson Rolls of Howe Centre Fire Department, who passed away on March the 4th. Nelson's professional life included time in the Coast Guard and over 50 years as a district manager of a few different chain stores. However, many knew him more for his volunteer with community groups, coaching Little League, organizing community events, and developing a recreation association in Howe Centre. This was also where he served for over 35 years in the fire department, 18 of those as chief. It was said his heart and commitment to community remained until the day he passed. Nelson left behind his beloved wife, Rose, a sister, 2 sons, and 3 grandchildren, who were his pride and joy. I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, to extend my condolences to Nelson's family. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize Selena Alders of Hubli. Following the successful completion of a Master of Media and Journalism and Communication from Western University, Selena will be joining the CBC Halifax for her internship as a multi-platform reporter, creating stories for TV, radio, and the web. Selena is also the 2022 recipient of the Michael J. Tucker Award from Mount Allison University. Established in honor of Dr. Tucker on his retirement in 2009, the Michael J. Tucker Award is given annually to a student in political science with high academic standing and intellectual prominence. Selena is excited to take everything she has learned from academic studies to research information, investigate and develop stories, follow leads, and conduct interviews to present interesting and timely information. Starting her career in broadcast journalism back in her hometown on the East Coast is an incredible opportunity, and Selena is looking forward to returning home. I'd like the members of the Host Assembly to join me in congratulating Selena on her many achievements and join me in wishing her all the best as she embarks on her career with CBC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize one of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal recipients from my constituency, Gary Galley. Gary exemplifies community service as a longtime volunteer with the Berwick and District Fire Department, as well as an advanced care paramedic for over 30 years in Nova Scotia. Gary was instrumental in helping establish the Medical First Responder Training Program in Nova Scotia. He's active in the Masonic Lodge in Berwick and is always on hand when help is needed in the community. Currently, Gary is organizing the junior golf program at Paragon Golf and Country Club, encouraging youth to join the sport. And they're actually organizing a summer program for underprivileged and marginalized youth. Fun fact, Gary was born on June 2nd, 1953, Queen Elizabeth's coronation day. So he's always had a special connection to Her Majesty. So please join me in thanking Gary Galley for his commitment to health care and his community, and congratulate him on receiving the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I had the opportunity to spend some time one evening with the Pathfinders group in Beaverbank. And so these young women, we had a great chat about politics, and they were learning about different jobs, so that's why they invited me. One of the good questions that I got was, what is a political party? And so we had a conversation about like-minded people and being on a team, that kind of thing. But one of the young participants actually took it upon herself to write some potential legislation. She said to me, "How old do you have to be to write legislation?" And I said, "Well, there's no limit. You could be any age." And so she sat down and wrote out some things that she thought we should do around issues such as abortion, the sexualization of young girls, LGBTQ discrimination, the needs of children, particularly regarding poverty, and housing. So I want to congratulate the Pathfinders of Beaverbank for being so thoughtful and for inviting me in. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the coaches and athletes of the Liverpool Regional High School cheer team on their second-place finish at the Cheer Expo National Championship. Held at the Halifax Forum from March 24th to 26th, this competition hosted 2,000 athletes across 106 teams and had over 3,000 spectators. This was LRHS's first time competing at a competition of this size. They practiced twice a week for 6 months with coaches Jessica Adler and Tina Wynot, and with almost flawless performances, impressively took home the senior high small-medium banner. Team member Misty Zink also received the M.B. Thompson Heart and Soul Award. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me in applauding this wonderful accomplishment and wishing the team and their coaches continued success. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome a new member to the McGuire family, Sadie McGuire, a 2-year-old Wheaton Terrier. We have 3 kids, obviously, Oliver, Rufina, and Isla, and we thought, how could we make this house a little more crazier? So we added a dog. Sadie is the perfect complement to the family. She likes to lay around, sleep, and play with the kids. We said we'd never get a dog, but Mr. Speaker, we broke down when my son Oliver asked us for the 1,000th time for a dog, and we couldn't be happier. I want to thank John Gillis and everyone involved in helping us find the dog. A perfect compliment to the McGuire family, and glad that we got her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North. Anyone else?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Susan Surratt Draper of Port Williams on the launch of her book, Refuge. Refuge chronicles the stories of Pierre Surratt and Catherine Brault, who escaped the Acadian deportation, but not the consequences of the Grand Derangement. Susan Surratt Draper has spent many years researching the history of the Annapolis Valley. In 2004, she wrote the booklet, Return to Acadie, a self-guided memory walk of the Annapolis Valley from an Acadian perspective. She has also been the president of Le Ami de Grand Prix and also worked as an interpreter at the Grand Prix National Historic Site. Please join me today in congratulating Suzette Surratt-Draper on the launch of her book, Refuge, and recognizing her devotion to the rich history of our Acadian heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hamlin's Plains, Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, I just had to make a quick correction in my state of emotion in the last member statement. I misspoke. I forgot 2 great-grandchildren. This is going to be his 6th great-grandchild, so I did need to clarify that for the record. Thank you, everyone.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about 2 Girl Guides in Hants East, Ines Ramsey of Belnan and Jessie Peters of Lance. They were concerned about the decrease in our bee population. These 11 and 14-year-old ladies thought, what can they do? They did figure out what they wanted to do, sell bookmarkers with proceeds going to buy black-eyed Susan seeds and plant them in the area. They then emailed and called local business, get support for their venture. They figured out how much it would cost to buy the seeds and get permission from the Elmsville Sobeys to set up a table on Saturday, March 18th. After all their work was done, Ines and Jessie then told their parents what they were doing. These 2 ladies didn't wait for someone else to fix a problem. They came up with the plan and executed it. At their table, they quickly sold out, raising over $550. Mr. Speaker, I'd like all the members to join me in thanking these 2 ladies on helping to make our community a better place, not just for the bees, but for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to George Morrison, the longest surviving conductor of the Chester Brass Band. He has been honored with a 20-year plaque and appointment of a life member. The Chester Brass Band continues to perform live music at the Chester Bandstand and frequently features musical groups from the South Shore and HRM. All members are volunteers, and they welcome new members with a passion for brass band music and community involvement. On behalf of the communities of Chester St. Margaret's, I want to honor and congratulate Gerald Morrison for his dedication to the Chester Brass Band and on his appointment as a lifetime member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
You just did it.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Mixed Speaker, I rise today to pay recognition to Kathy Johnston Eisner, who lives and breathes recreation in our community. Kathy doesn't just promote recreation, but demonstrates it by living a healthy, active lifestyle herself. In 2013, she started Fitness Junkies, a small fitness-based business which originally created to empower women, but ended up welcoming anyone with open arms, regardless of gender. Over the years, Fitness Junkies has sponsored events such as the Falmouth Trail Run and the Ugly Christmas Sweater Run to raise funds for the West Hants Family Resource Center, where she currently operates a 24/7 self-access gym. This small-town mom of 2 took her passion of fitness and turned it into a full-time career. She now works for West Hants Regional Municipality as their manager of recreation and community engagement. Mixed Speaker, we are so lucky to have people like Kathy call West Hants home. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, I rise today to congratulate co-owners Renee Lavalleur and Ola Jackson on their recent purchase of the former Dobbit Bakehouse in Musquodoboit Harbour. When the previous owner retired, it left a significant hole in the community, creating an opportunity for Renee and Ola to step in and offer their unique spin on baked goods and sweet treats. Renee and Ola met just last year as vendors at the Musquodoboit Harbour Farmers Market. Originally, they purchased a food truck and painted their signature vibrant pink and blue. However, they have since joined forces for this new venture and are currently working hard to renovate the space to get their new business up and running. Martinique Desserterie will be offering an assortment of cupcakes, donuts, breads, and more. The Desserterie will be a combination bakery, cafe, and gift shop featuring local goods, and I, for one, look forward to attending their grand opening this Saturday, April 8th. I ask all members of the Assembly to join me in bringing recognition to these ambitious entrepreneurs as they work to keep a locally owned bakery thriving in the village. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the recipients of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal in Guysborough-Tracadie.
On January 13th, these 15 individuals were honored at the medal ceremony in Guysborough. Mary Desmond, Jude Avery, Donnie Fraser, Neil Dekoff, Louis McIntosh, Joe Jello, Keith Horton, Dr. Barbell, Paul Long, Kay Williams, Harold Roberts, Donald Dodge, Bill Innes, and 2 awarded posthumously, Mike Breen and Miles McDonald. Mixed Speaker, all these medal recipients are true examples of community-minded individuals who have gone above and beyond in their respective roles. It was truly an honor to speak about each of them at the ceremony, present these medals, and see the pride on the faces of everyone who attended this event. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mary Eyre for her volunteer commitment to her community. Mary recently received the Provincial Volunteer Award in Halifax, and for good reason. Over the years, Mary has volunteered with Toddy's Crafts, IODE, the Shelburne Garden Club, Mission to Seafarers, the Rose Buddies Care Clowns at Roseway Manor and Hospital, the South Shore Festival of the Arts, the Shelburne Historical Society, Eastern Shares, and the Salvation Army Kettle Campaign. Mary can always be found entertaining the audience. The giant bubbles are fantastic, I can say that firsthand. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask all members to join me in congratulating Mary and thanking her for her volunteer commitment to her community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Mixed Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the Music for Mental Health Committee for all of their hard work raising much-needed funds for mental health services in the constituency of Eastern Passage. During a one-day fundraising event last June, the team was able to raise just under $15,000. The association was proud to present these funds to be used for mental wellness programs for each of the school principals in South Woodside Elementary, Horizon Elementary, Seaside Elementary, Ocean View Elementary, Island View High School, and Eastern Passage Education Center. Funds were also given to the Ocean View Continuing Care Center for some electronic therapy cats, as well as to the Horizon Rec Center in the form of iPads for the seniors groups. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in acknowledging and thanking the great work being done by the Music for Mental Health members, as well as the beneficial recipients, and I wish them the greatest success at their second annual event, Sunday, May 21st, 12 noon to 12 midnight at the Buffalo Club in Eastern Passage. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, I rise to recognize 98-year-old Arthur Chisholm from Great Village, Nova Scotia. Mixed Speaker, in 1983, Arthur retired to his family home in Great Village. Here he served in the Royal Canadian Legion, where he is a life member, was president of the Historical Society of Great Village, as well as president of the Historical Society of Colchester County. Arthur was president of the Seniors Club and participated in the Senior Secretariat. He was also an elder, steward, and treasurer at the St. James United Church, where he sang in a choir. Mixed Speaker, Arthur was the president of the Clan Chisholm Society of Nova Scotia, among other activities and roles. On top of all his volunteer work, Mr. Chisholm is famous for his homemade quilts, which he often donates to charitable causes. Mixed Speaker, Arthur has enriched the lives of many citizens in Great Village and beyond. I ask all members of this legislature to join me in thanking Arthur for his dedication and commitment to our community and to Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Dartmouth East. Oh, thank you, Mixed Chair. Mixed Chair, today I rise to recognize Jamie Hartling, owner and operator of Leathersmith Designs. Since 1975, Leathersmith Designs has been a great place in the community to go for local leather products, such as belts and key tags, as well as other custom items made to order. If you've purchased a car from a local dealership, the leather key tag in your pocket likely originated in Jamie's shop. Despite the inherent risks involved in establishing a new business, Jamie's determination and ability, along with the support of his wife, Gail, and his family, has led to almost 50 years of success in the community, as well as employment for local students and NASCAD graduates. Mixed Speaker, I ask that members of this legislature to please join me in recognizing Jamie Hartling and Leathersmiths and thanking him for his contributions to our community. Thank you, Mixed Speaker.
That concludes daily routine. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on supply.
The motion is to dissolve into the Committee of Whole House on Supply. Okay. The motion. The motion is carried. We'll take a brief recess while the committees form. Thank you.
Order, please. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables, Resolution E15.
Resolution E15 has been called. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $142,579,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables to make some opening comments and introduce the members of your team should you choose. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to welcome this afternoon Deputy Karen Gation and Michael O'Brien, O'Brien, right? O'Brien from Finance as well here to support. Also the staff that are in the background also supporting us here today. I recognize their efforts as well. And I'm just getting a drink of water here for my hour-long speech. Can you get a new one there too, please? Thank you very much. So good afternoon. I'm happy to join you here in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. I appreciate this opportunity to talk about priorities this fiscal year for our government and for the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables. This budget considers the challenges of opportunities of our time. It's responding to the demands of a growing and diverse population. It's responding to the climate change. It's putting us on track for a sustainable future. A future where people and communities thrive from one end of this beautiful province to another. And we're making progress. Budget 2023 helps us move our province forward. It's investing in healthcare and many more things that are important to Nova Scotians. Our top priority is healthcare, and our government does have a plan to work on it and fix it. Because that's what Nova Scotia families need and deserve. And because healthier people are the foundation of a strong economy. And that strong economy, in turn, helps us pay for health care. My department has an important role in propelling our economy forward and making it a green and sustainable one. Our estimated budget is more than $142 million. It reflects the resources needed to achieve our priorities for a sustainable, prosperous Nova Scotia. Sustainability is at the heart of everything we do. We're protecting and managing Nova Scotia's natural resources in a sustainable way. We're making the transition from fossil fuels to clean, renewable energy. We're creating a bright, sustainable future for Nova Scotians. This means supporting our traditional industries and environmental protection. These objectives are not at odds end with each other. In fact, they depend on each other. Let me explain. There is great opportunity for sustainable growth in the forestry sector. This sector drives our economy and puts food on the table in rural communities across the province. Thousands of Nova Scotians make a living in the forest. In fact, hundreds are multi-generational foresters. These people care about keeping our forests healthy. They're making sure this sector is sustainable for the long haul. That's our goal too. Conserving biodiversity, nurturing healthy forests, and good forest management for a sustainable industry. That's where the triad model of ecological forestry comes in. As you know, this model was recommended by the Independent Forestry Practice Reviews. Building this model on Crown land is the first item in my mandate letter. It's a bold new approach to forestry management in Nova Scotia. The model includes the conservation zone, the mixed-use zone, and the high production zone. The three zones work together for a healthy forest and a sustainable forestry sector. There is more work to do, but I'm happy to say that as of January, the three zones of this model are now in place and they can all stand united together. The first zone we established is the conservation zone. That's 35% of Crown lands conserved in protected areas and old growth forests. This zone may grow as we work towards our goal of protecting 20% of Nova Scotia's land and water mass, but it will never shrink. I want to note that in August, we released the updated old growth forest policy. It has a better science-based definition, which includes more forest types, such as coastal old growth forest, and renews our commitment to protect all existing old growth forests on Crown land, and also areas that are approaching old growth age and otherwise met the definition. Ultimately, it derives stronger protection for old growth forests, and it supports our approach to ecological forestry where we prioritize biodiversity. The second zone of the triad model that we established, the matrix or mixed use zone. It makes up 55% of Crown land. It's where timber harvesting is done with low intensity practices. As of June 1st of last year, all but a handful of grandfather harvest plans are following the new guide for this zone. To help with the adjustments, we've been offering more training for the forestry industry. We're also developing a software solution that will help. It will translate data from the harvest proposals into final prescriptions that follow the new guide. That work should be completed this year. So between the conservation zone and the mixed use zone, we're putting biodiversity first on 90% of our Crown lands. In January, we put the final zone in place. The high production forest zone will be no more than 10% of the Crown lands. High production forestry is an efficient method of growing crops of spruce. It's a lot like agriculture. You plant, grow, harvest, repeat. Because you're adding nutrients to the soil and using faster growing seeds, your crop is ready for harvest about half the time. This method will mainly be used on Crown lands that have already been used for forestry and/or agriculture. It will not be done in places like parks and protected areas, old growth forests, or sensitive habitat, amongst others. We released the first three areas of the zone in January. By the end of this year, we'll identify areas throughout the whole province. From there, licensees will work on establishing sites for tree farms, as we refer to it. This will take time. There's only so much you can harvest and so much you can plant in the run of 1 year. Together, these zones are bringing Nova Scotia into a modern, advanced approach to forestry management and conservation. They give the sector enough access to timber on Crown land to be successful. And we can also be sustainable, promote biodiversity, and move towards our protected areas of goals. It's difficult to put an exact dollar figure on this work. Everyone in the department who touches on forestry, biodiversity, and conservation has a role to play and is actively working on this. While the triad is in place, we still do have more work to do on the transformation. In this budget, we're investing $3.6 million more for silviculture on Crown land. This money helps licensees adopt the ecological forestry practices required in the mixed-use zone. We're also investing $100,000 for archaeological work that needs to be done with our Mi'kmaq partners, identifying sites on harvest proposals that may be of cultural significance. One of our next steps is to consult on the draft Forest Stewardship Planning Guide. This guide will provide licensees with the direction for the 20-year management plans. And those plans will ultimately be subject to an environmental assessment. While the triad model applies to Crown land, we also encourage sustainable practices on private land. Many foresters have been doing that for decades. They have deep commitment to stewardship of this land. We're offering opportunities for others to learn and adapt to these practices as well. And we encourage that with annual silviculture funding. This year, we're making a shift for the timing of that funding. We know private woodlot owners and contractors need certainty earlier in the year about the amount available to them. So we gave $3.2 million in March to let contractors get started as soon as the weather changes. They won't have to wait for us to finish the debates or pass this budget in April. In the future, the silviculture funding in 1 year's budget will work for the subsequent fiscal year. This change allows them to get started planning earlier and start the work a lot sooner. They won't lose valuable time in the woods or on the floor of this legislature. I heard this very loud and clear early in our mandate from some of the sector. This has been a request for some time, and I'm pleased to be able to provide this needed timing to this sector to allow our rural economies to keep moving in a positive momentum. Private woodlawn owners took quite a hit during Hurricane Fiona. In the fall, we invested heavily to help them clean up. It's important to salvage merchantable timber and to clean up debris that will pose a serious fire risk. We committed $4.6 million in the fall to help private woodlot owners recover. In March, we added $2.5 million more, mainly to expand support for cleanup on industrial private lands. They can all apply for the funding through the Association for Sustainable Forestry. We've engaged them to administer most of these funds. And Forest Nova Scotia is managing funding for the roads. My department was heavily involved in helping communities recover from this massive storm as well. We had boots on the ground immediately in Cape Breton, Cumberland, Colchester, Hants counties, Pictou, Antigonish, and Guysborough. Our staff helped clear down trees and debris so the power could be restored. We had our incident command team physically situated with EMO. They worked lockstep and barrel with EMO and other partners every single day for several weeks to direct resources where they needed to go. Mr. Chair, I can't say enough for this team. Together, they coordinated more than 200 wildfire staff from across Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Quebec that came to assist. Then they gave a second wave of support in the hardest hit areas. They cleaned up hundreds of sites where trees impact public infrastructure and safety. They also cleaned up our provincial parks so they're safe for everyone to enjoy. I should also note that some of these staff also battled the Horseshoe Lake wildfire last spring. It was by far the biggest wildfire of the year, and it's hard, dangerous work. I'm very proud of our staff for the long, hard days they have put in this past season, and I know that Nova Scotians are grateful for their help. I want to touch on a few things we're doing for a healthy forest in 2023 and beyond. We know that trees are critical for wildlife habitat. They're also important for sequestering greenhouse gases to fight climate change. That's why we're working with our federal partners on their 2 Billion Trees Initiative program. It's one of many actions for my department in the Climate Change Action Plan. We're close to signing the agreement to implement the program here in Nova Scotia. Through it, we expect to plant 21 million trees across the province over the next 10 years. The rollout will be in the form of many projects working with many partners. We're hopeful that project will get underway this fall. This effort supports our approach to ecological forestry. It helps with green jobs to boost our rural economy and brings us ever closer to our climate change goals of net zero by 2050. We're also taking steps to have hemlock trees from the invasive pest, the hemlock woolly adelgid. We'll be signing a funding agreement with our federal partners on this as well. We're already working with partners like the Mersey-Tobiac Research Institute. Together, we're inoculating some stands of hemlock on Crown land. We'll also acquire more old-growth forests where hemlocks tend to grow. This helps with our land protection goals and with carbon sequestration. Our Shubenacadie Operations Center and the staff who work there are critical for protecting our forests from pests and wildfires. The complex includes the Provincial Wildfire Coordination Center. It also includes the Shubenacadie Radio Communication Center. The complex is a critical operational hub for our forest health, wildfire response, and public safety communication across the province. It's aging, and it needs to be replaced to continue this important work for all Nova Scotians. We announced in the capital plan that we're building a new facility over the next few years. The new facility will be climate resilient and net zero for energy. It will allow us to consolidate our Truro office staff at Shuby. We have nearly $2 million in the $2 million in the 23-24 budget to get that exciting project underway. Healthy forests support an abundance of wildlife. We take our commitment to protecting wildlife seriously. The people in my department are dedicated to excellence in wildlife management. As part of their many duties, our conservation officers help enforce regulations for wildlife and their habitat. And we have a team of biologists and technicians who help manage wildlife issues every day. For example, our staff and the Mi'kmaq are working together to manage the Cape Breton moose population. Along with Parks Canada, they completed a survey in early March. Now our staff are crunching the numbers, and will use the information to help manage our moose population. I'm pleased to hear that, at first blush, the population looks healthy. You will recall last spring we amended the Wildlife Act to address problems that stem from feeding wildlife. Many people love seeing wildlife in their yard, or they think feeding is necessary for survival, especially in the winter months. However, feeding draws wildlife into populated areas, and there's more risk of damage, injury, or death. With amendments in place, we've been working on the draft regulations around appropriate feeding. We've reached out to engage some stakeholders, and we'll be having public consultation this spring so we can get the regulations in place. This effort will help reduce human-wildlife conflict and orphaned or injured animals. Our provincial parks and protected areas promote biodiversity and conserve wildlife. They help make our environment more resilient in the face of climate change. And they offer loads of benefits for people. They're places to connect with nature and support our mental and physical health. We use them for recreation, nature tourism, and research. They contribute to a healthy environment, a healthy economy, and a healthy population. And we want more of them. That's why we're working on protecting at least 20% of Nova Scotia's total land and water mass by 2030. We're working on this with colleagues at Environment and Climate Change, and with Mi'kmaq on Indigenous, protected, and conserved areas. Last year, we designated 3 new provincial parks: Owl's Head, Dunn's Beach, and Monk's Head. We continue to work with to designate the remaining 89 park sites in the Parks and Protected Areas Plan. Everyone should be able to enjoy these natural treasures. That's why we're making our provincial parks, beaches, and campgrounds more accessible to more people. This work includes things like roll-out beach mats and adaptive equipment. It includes upgrade facilities such as comfort stations, washrooms, picnic shelters, and more. We're also making washrooms general neutral at numerous parks across the province. These are things our parks need for a quality visitor experience for both Nova Scotians and for our tourism industry. To accelerate this work, we're injecting more money through our capital plan. Instead of the usual $1 million a year, we are making a significant investment, more than $10 million in 23-24 for infrastructure upgrades. This year, we are planning to continue multi-year redevelopment work at Blomidon and Dollar Lake, build a new accessible gender-neutral washroom at Lawrencetown Beach, make accessibility improvements at Rainbow Haven Beach, and add a parking lot, signage, vaulted toilet, and beach access path at Carter's Beach, to name a few. There's always one caveat. We still need access to our parks each spring to see how the winter went and determine if there's any different requirements. We need to remain flexible. When you add up parks, protected areas, land managed under the Crown Lands Act, only 35% of Nova Scotia's land mass is in our hands. The vast majority of land is private. We need to be careful managers of Crown land to accommodate many things, like parks and protected areas, forestry, like mining critical minerals and support clean energy technologies, and clean energy technologies themselves, like wind turbines and solar gardens. and there's a range of other uses. The department gets more than 2,000 requests a year to use or purchase land under the Crown Lands Act. These range from small transactions such as a driveway crossing a rail trail up to a major commercial activities such as a wind farm or mines. So it's not simple and straightforward. There are many competing interests that we need to consider, and we work very hard to balance them. At the end of the day, Crown lands belong to all of us. Making sure Nova Scotians get the optimum benefit from them is always our goal. And in all cases, sustainability is key. On the mining front, we're doing that by focusing on critical minerals. Some examples are lithium, rare earth elements, tin, and zinc. They're essential raw materials for technologies such as wind turbines, solar panels, and electrical vehicles. We've been consulting with stakeholders on a new critical mineral strategy for Nova Scotia. It will help us make responsible, sustainable use of these natural resources, whether they are on Crown lands or on private. And we aim to keep the value chain here in Nova Scotia. That's how we get the green technologies we need while also driving our provincial economy. Another innovation that will drive our green economy and help us reach climate change goals is green hydrogen. When I took the chair in the summer of 2021, green hydrogen wasn't even in my vocabulary. Now Nova Scotia is poised to become a world leader in this clean fuel initiative. That's because innovation often happens very fast, and we need to pivot quickly to take advantage. That's what we did with the process to set aside some Crown lands for onshore wind. It will help this industry get started. But it's offshore wind that will really help it scale up. That's why we also moved quickly to set a goal of offering leases for 5 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2025. The world market is demanding green hydrogen, so there's lots of economic opportunity for Nova Scotia. This clean fuel will also help us move away from fossil fuels here at home, as will some of the renewable electricity from offshore wind. I noted the federal budget last week includes support and initiatives for companies that are investing in these sectors. We welcome those investments and look forward to learning more. There are important steps to help Nova Scotia have a sustainable, prosperous future. Like our forestry transformation, our energy transformation won't happen overnight, but it will happen because we have a responsibility to our children and our grandchildren. It's our job to make sure that they have a bright future, and we take that very seriously. A big piece of the puzzle changing how electricity is delivered in this province, we have some of the most ambitious climate goals in the country, and we intend to meet them. We're going to get off coal and reach 80% renewables by 2030. There's been a lot of debate in this chamber about how this will happen. I'd like to put some facts on the table. To reach these goals, we need to close 8 coal-fired stations. And we need to develop renewable energy sources. There is no silver bullet here. It will take a suite of solutions to reach our goals. The Maritime Link is our biggest chunk of renewable electricity. We're seeing signs that over the last few months, issues are starting to resolve. Soon we would be getting our full share of the Muskrat Falls, and that brings us to about half of our electricity renewables. Wind power is currently the cheapest renewable for Nova Scotia. The RFP we completed last summer is bringing 5 new projects online. They will add about 12% more renewable electricity by 2025. If you're doing the math, that brings our system to more than 70% renewables. And to that, about 3 to 5% through residential, commercial, and community solar. And another RFP for renewables to support the Green Choice program will add about 5 to 10% more by 2027. So we are on track to meet or exceed our goals, both in terms of the amount of renewable and how fast we get them onto the grid. You'll notice the Atlantic Loop isn't in that list. That's not to say we are not going to do it. We still need to reach net zero by 2050, and it might help us get there. But it's not the sole solution we're pinning all of our hopes, as some of these have suggested. It will take a significant federal investment to make that happen. Last week in the federal budget includes comments of support, but there is no dollar line figure tied to the Atlantic Loop. And we have many other solutions for our 2030 goals, most of them made in Nova Scotia and fueling our green economy right here at home. We're also looking further into achieving our goals of net zero by 2050. Natural gas is a part of the energy mix, and we need to get there. We can't make one giant leap off fossil fuels. We need to take steps away from it. Natural gas is a stable backup for renewable energy. So it's an important part for our transition to a clean energy strategy. That's why we have to call for bids for offshore natural gas. We have one of the strongest offshore regulatory regimes in the world. So I have confidence that any activity will be done safely for both workers and for our environment. Another long-term solution is geothermal. We've identified 8 communities around the province where the geology suggests there's good potential. One of them is practically in my backyard. Spring Hill has been using geothermal for many years. Now we're supporting a study to explore how that could be significantly expanded. Other communities are less advanced, but I look forward to seeing the possibilities as we move forward. These are all potential solutions that we know about now, and more solutions may come along. If you recall, just a year and a half ago, we never thought we'd be talking about green hydrogen. And now it's a big part of our plan. We need to be nimble to take advantage of the best solutions for Nova Scotia. At the end of the day, we want the most effective solutions at the best possible price for our ratepayers. They deserve clean, affordable, and reliable power. So as we move forward our goals, I want to be clear that we will protect ratepayers of Nova Scotia. We stood up for them and kept power rates lower than they otherwise would have been. We've been adding more performance standards that Nova Scotia Power must meet. We're opening up the market to the private sector for renewable electricity storage. We're creating the partnership table that will bring ratepayers' voices to the table. We're looking at every option to make sure this system meets the demands of today and tomorrow. All in all, we're changing our relationship with Nova Scotia Power and the way electricity is delivered in this province. And ratepayers remain top priority as we shift the energy, because we believe they deserve it, and because they need our support for that more than ever. We're in an affordability crisis. Nova Scotia families and households are hurting. Half of the homes in this province are still heated with oil, and the price of oil has skyrocketed. Plus, it's fossil fuel that contributes to climate change. That's why we invested $140 million in energy efficiency programs in December. These programs help Nova Scotians save money on their energy bills. They make people's homes more comfortable, and they reduce the emissions that cause climate change. You won't see that figure in the 23-24 budget. It was invested in 22-23 fiscal year, and Efficiency Nova Scotia is rolling it out over 4 years. I want to thank them for their tireless effort and help Nova Scotians find the right program for their situation for them to reach their goals along the way. They're helping low-income Nova Scotians get free heat pumps and other upgrades. They're helping others get rebates for investments they make. With bigger rebates going to middle-income households, along with the federal investments that followed ours, will help about 13,500 low-income and 30,000 middle-income households through these programs. Last fiscal, we also invested $12 million more for second phase of the Mi'kmaq Home Energy Efficiency Program. With this fund, we aim to reach all the remaining Mi'kmaq homes in the province by 2027. All of these programs support our energy green economy and workforce. That includes heat pump installers, lighting specialists, solar PV installers and builders. They're employing more than 2,500 people in good-paying jobs, mostly in our rural communities. Later this year, we will look forward to launching the Green Choice program that I mentioned earlier. Excuse me. This program is another one of our Climate Action Plan commitments. It's for large-scale electricity customers. These are large commercial customers and public institutions, like healthcare facilities, public schools, universities, and governments. The program will give them the option to buy some or all of the electricity from renewable sources. We'll start accepting applications later this year. Although it will be some time before we have the renewable electricity projects, we'll run another RFP to secure those projects as well. In addition to how we heat our homes and power our lives, we also need to change how we get from point A to point B. We're continuing our efforts to encourage people to make the switch to electric vehicles. Excuse me. In this budget, we're investing $1.5 million to advance the work of installing charging infrastructure around the province. We're also investing $1 million to create an incentive program for people to buy medium and heavy-duty EVs. These are mainly vehicles for work, like dump trucks, transport trucks, and so on. This is on top of the $16 million we rolled out last year to incent people to buy electric passenger vehicles like cars and SUVs and e-bikes. We also continue to fund public transportation and active transportation projects with our federal partners. This is also an area where green hydrogen can help us. It's very hard to move off fossil fuels for things like industrial processes, heavy transport, and marine sector. Green hydrogen is a clean alternative that we can use to get off fossil fuels faster. All these things I've outlined are just the tip of the iceberg of what my department is doing to combat climate change. And there's loads more across government. Take a look at the Climate Change Action Plan, and you'll see many departments are doing their part. Through this budget, it's clear that our government is actively finding solutions to great challenges of today. From our firm commitments to fixing healthcare, to climate change and renewable energy, to affordability, to new sustainable ways of supporting our traditional industries, we're building a brighter future for all Nova Scotians. And we're doing it with our overriding commitment to sustainability. I would be here for days if I tried to cover everything we are doing. So with that, I'll end my remarks and invite the questions from my colleagues across the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I'm sure everyone's familiar with the process. We go back and forth with an hour for each caucus, the Liberals and the NDP. We will begin with the Liberal caucus and the honourable member from Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister and staff for being here tonight. I don't have much time, so I'll jump right into it. Within the Medway Community Forest Cooperative, the Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust was developed, and developing and upholding the working forest community easements. The new trust will offer landowners an option to preserve the forest they steward. They'll maintain the economic benefits through harvesting forest products, and they'll provide access to carbon offset markets. Tied to the property deed in perpetuity, the easement will require a certified forest management plan and will prohibit intensive forest management land conversion and subdivision. The Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust has support to launch from several supporters, including the Forest Innovation Transition Trust, the Canadian Wildlife Service, private land stewardship, stakeholders, and over 10,000 acres of interested landowners. Yet is halted by delays within this government, or within this department, for being designated as an eligible body in the Community Easements Act. My first question to the Minister, please explain in detail the steps required and the timeline for reviewing the application and designating NSWWT as an eligible body in the Community Easements Act. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank Member Opposite for the question. So yeah, the application would go through the department, and I mean this is something that was in the Leahy review as well about community working force and such. So when all the documentation is in place, that's when the application actually gets underway and is started. That was only about 6 months ago. The initiative started a while back before, but the actual process only starts about 6 months ago. It's still under review with the department, but I do want to point out that they don't need the government to actually do the easements. They can have 2 lawyers actually do the easement for themselves on the outside of that. It's not a step that they actually need government to take place on.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
And has the department spoken to this group about the other options?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been ongoing conversations back and forth from the department to that group.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
And with DNR and ECC have committed to preserving old-growth hemlock forests, the minister mentioned HWA, the hemlock woolly adelgid. Under the Nature Smart Climate Solutions Fund, Environment Climate Change Canada has agreed to commit up to $10 million, which will contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing carbon sequestration, while also providing benefits for biodiversity and human well-being. The same group has been asked to help facilitate this program on private lands, but cannot assist the province until eligible body status is granted. So Environment has asked them to help with this program, and I just heard from the minister he's encouraging them to talk to lawyers. Can the minister comment on this and what he knows of Environment asking this group to carry on with this process?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, I can't speak for the Department of Environment, obviously, on what the conversations go. I do realize there's some wishes for those groups that do want the easements, but there is nothing legally to stop the 2 parties from entering into an agreement without government action in the middle. But the applications are still with the department, still reviewing those applications.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Could the minister explain in more detail what the barrier is in that review or in that application?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
It's still under review, and as a group, once it's at my desk with the final stages, then it's appropriate to take it to the cabinet. And I don't want to speculate what would happen there, but it's a process that's still underway, is similar to any other application that would come to our table.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Is it typical that process would take 6 months as it currently stands?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
What I would say is there's some applications that's coming to my table that are 6 years old. So is it right? No. Is there some work to clean that up? And that's not upon at any party. I mean, there's always government things that need cleaned up in any department. So yeah, there's things that could be cleaned up with the whole process, but 6 months right now is not unheard of.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I guess the minister mentioned just that hemlock woolly adelgid. I know HWA is destroying hemlocks. I've raised it at committee. Have any resources been offered for chemical biocontrol efforts, I guess, to combat this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you, and not trying to punt it off, but the money figure actually sits with the environment into the process of what's taken place, but we are actively working on the grants. Both departments are taking it. The financial actually is being allocated through Department of Environment.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I've got a lot of questions for the Minister of Environment at this point, so I'll switch it over to high production. You know, the landscape level assessment process is being applied, I think, to all eco districts last year and again this year. as assessments are completed and maps and information are released, there was talk of an online high production forestry map. Is that online?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So no, as it just recently announced, no, that part's not online yet. As we move through this year, it's our hope to have the whole matrix and the high production on that sort of map viewer once it's established, or I don't want to tie that to it, or another link where you can actually go and see where the zones are allocated for high production.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I'm sorry to the Minister, I didn't hear that last bit. No, but.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Oh, pull that down. Is that better? Yeah. So I'm just being corrected. The first 3 sites are actually on the map viewer now. The rest of them, as they come into working with the license holder and the areas that are named, the rest of them will be on the map viewer as we allocate those sites. This isn't going to be a flick of the switch. It's going to take a few years to get to that 10% mark, but we do have a commitment to the sector that we're going to work with them hand in hand to make sure they're going to the right areas for the right reasons with the right aspects.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
To the Minister, he just mentioned, the Minister mentioned it'll take a few years to get to this 10% or no more than 10%. Does that mean 3 years or does that mean more than that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Just to give you an example, we're going to do as long as it takes, but to give you an example where we're at right now, we're at 0.5% with those first three allocations. So it is going to take some time. I know the sector would love to have it done in 2 years. Others would like to see it prolonged even longer. Obviously, it is going to take some time, but we are certainly committed to make sure that we allocate the proper lands and not do it too speedily to allocate the wrong lines. It will be 10%. It will be no more than 10% as we add more Crown lands through acquisitions or such things. You could see the land grow, but it will never be more than 10% of the total Crown lands.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
The Minister mentioned the sector would like to see this grow faster. It's currently at 0.5%. Can the Minister explain how much growth the sector would push for?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
10 right away, in all fairness. But at the conversations with the stakeholders, especially Forest Nova Scotia, they understand that the process that it's going to take, it's going to take us some time to get there, but we have a commitment with the license holders, with the sector, and with the department staff that are working towards achieving those goals. Bearing in mind, you can only plant so many trees in the run of a year. You can only harvest so much in the run of a year. And if you put it all in a harvest year this year, allocate all 10%, and it was ready to harvest every 30 years, you'd harvest 10% of that land every year. So it has to be allocated throughout the whole process of a growth cycle, if you will. I think I said that right. Hopefully the team that's listening won't correct me later.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I want to thank the Minister for that, and we'll take any correction if that's what it takes. Leahy's recommendation number 18 states DNR must ensure an immediate priority that the Endangered Species Act is fully implemented on Crown land, including the completion of recovery plans that identify and make provisions for protection of core habitat for species at risk. The department's process for reviewing harvest plans have struggled identifying important species at risk, and one example would be Goldsmith Lake in my backyard, in my constituency. Several members of the public have flagged the ecological importance of the forest there. It seems to have fallen through the harvest plan viewer process. And I think the Wildlife Division at one point indicated it will take time and more resources to develop better modeling. How does the department plan to address the documented, I'll call them failures, of the integrated resource management system to identify that habitat of legally protected species?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much. And in that Goldsmith Lake Harvest Plan, actually in the original application, there were pieces of land that were actually removed because of what we knew. And as people went out in the public and saw, the process actually did its job and started to remove those pieces as public started going out and visiting. We had staff and sometimes I believe contractors go out to identify what was being reported back to the department, and we mitigated that by actually applying the policies that needed to be applied for what was found, such as the lichen, and extended the boundaries around where they could harvest. But that original application actually had pieces of land removed from the application because of what we knew on the ground.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
And could the minister update us on where that approved original harvest plan sits? Is it what was the original square footage or hectares or by acres of what was permitted or approved, and where does it sit now given that adjustment?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
It was actually approved under the previous government, so I'm not entitled to necessarily see all that detail, but I can try to get staff to get back to that full square footage. But it was the previous government that approved that, and then when it came back to our table, we actually started removing the things that were reported as we found it as department staff went out and investigated. So I mean, I want to highlight the fact that the process actually does work. When something is reported back in, and investigations are going out and done, there's a way to remove those pieces of land that do need protected or species that need protected. Another instance was the whitefish down in the Bridgewater area. When the application for that harvest came in, and when the department looked at it, it was essentially a no-brainer. The approval for that harvest was not move forward. It was actually nixed, and there's a highlighted mark that will not be harvested in that area to protect the whitefish in that area. So it's an example of the process that actually does work for Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
So I would challenge the minister, did the process work because of the department's work or because of volunteer residents that went out and identified species at risk and therefore led to holds on certain harvests?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Completely, there's a process for the original application, and as that goes in, you have to have people do the walks through the woods, do the software data analysis, and put the applications in. Following that, it's an open window for approvals for the public to come in and make their comment. That's also a tool that the department also uses to go out and investigate. If there's a report that is going through a hiking or a nature trail that might not be known by the department, they'll go out and investigate things that are reported in. So that community feedback is actually part of the tool that the department utilizes as well. So I would say it's twofold. It's both department's work and the public input.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
The province's long-awaited recovery plan for the moose in mainland Nova Scotia was published, I think, in 2021. It did identify, and the minister alluded to this in the opening comments, core habitats for moose. I don't think any of these areas have been designated for protection. Is that correct?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you. So yeah, that document did come to my table late 2021, early 2022 to report back to the minister as required by the court action. Then the sort of the core habitats, remainder of the conversation was we have to identify those core habitats. So as the report came back to me, the step was to accept it. Now the next step was for the sort of the team of biologists to come back and make a recommendation where the corridor would be and the habitat. So that work is taking place in different areas of the province right now. That report's still not back at my table as of yet, but it is something that we are working hard and diligently on.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister. So almost 2 years for that review and that acceptance of that. Is there any timeline the minister can give on when that work might be complete?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So this wasn't the only thing that we were working on. We had to get to 100% of the recovery plans as well. So it wasn't just as basic as the mainland moose process in the corridors. So there was a bunch of other things within the species at risk that the biologists were working on as well. The moose were a key component of that research and development and the process it's undertaking. But right now they're still working very actively on this whole process.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
The minister mentioned a bunch of other things. Could he give more detail on that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So what we can say is 100% of the species that are under the Nova Scotia jurisdiction all now have recovery plans. And 52 of the 63, so the 83%, the plans have been prepared and adopted. So I mean, there's still work going in place.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Will the department require an environmental assessment as recommended by Leahy and agreed to by the province when deciding whether to renew Northern Pulp's utilization license agreement this July, I believe?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Sorry, I missed the very first part of that question. Sorry.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
It's around the environmental assessment requirement as recommended by Leahy, agreed to by the province when deciding whether to renew Northern Pulp's utilization license agreement. I think by July, I believe.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you. So yes, it is recommended. I think it's number 18 in the Leahy recommendation. I believe you said that. Now that I'm saying that, I remember. So that is a process that is in work in collaboration with the Department of Environment to set those standards up. Will they be enacted by the end of July of this year? I can't commit that they'll be finalized and finished, but that is the goal of this department to get the EA process. And I actually made reference to that in my opening remarks that eventually we want to get to that EA process and implement number 18, if you will.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
So the question begs, why wasn't that process in place before Port Hawkesbury paper, that license was renewed? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Very simply, it was a 20-year deal, and there was an option to renew it at 10 years, and that's what Port Hawkesbury paper actually did, was came in and made the application to have it extended out for the 10-year review, and we updated some terms, and actually it was a win-win situation for both of us because it allowed us to implement some of the ecological forestry aspects, but it's also allowing us to have a learning block about the boreal forest and how we're going to develop ecological forestry into that aspect. So PHP is actually playing a big role as we learn and develop sort of the guides of what we're going to be achieving in the Cape Breton areas for ecological forestry. So it's a learning curve. It was sort of a good thing that at the end of the day they came to the 10-year conversation, and because of ecological forestry, I believe we actually reduced some of the landscape that they're actually allocated for Port Hawkesbury paper. So, but they're also still have a viable market, and it's going to help the private woodlot owners in Cape Breton as well, because there's going to be more of a sort of a demand for private woodlot owners to get involved with PHP to ensure that business model survives, while still securing product from Crown land as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The government made a public commitment to protecting 20% of Nova Scotia land by 2030. The minister mentioned this in his opening comments. This will require a substantial expansion of the conservation lag. I think it's 330,000 hectares of land into protection. How much land is currently protected?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much. Right now we sit at 13.1%. I can actually get you the hectares equation when we're finished here tonight.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So currently at 13.1. Last year at this time, I think it was 12.8. So a difference of, my math is horrible, 0.3%. Does the minister, given 0.3% protected in a year, does the minister still believe that 20% of land protection is feasible?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So the political answer would be we're still sweeping up the floors from the previous government. Does that work? No. I'm just joking for your colleague to make sure he's paying attention. So we're working on the original PAPA plan to finish off those designations. This calendar year, we're working with our colleagues at Environment to make up the development plan for the next stages and implementation. And my concern, no, not right now. We're working through pathways to get to that 20%.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because the rate we're going now, it will be 2.1% protected, given some rough math, which isn't going to come close to getting to that goal. Did any landowners work with the department to have their land protected this past year? And if so, how much private land was protected?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So it's not in our binder from the previous year because this is excuse me, this is the year going ahead. If I remember correctly, I think it was 3 parcels of land that the department actually worked with to succeed. It'd be like any previous government budget. We have an allocation for TCA to acquire lands and agreements on any donations of lands and such. But I think it was 3 pieces of major land, and I can get the verification and the proper locations for you as soon as we're finished.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Does the minister have a target for protected areas in this mandate over the next 2 years?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Yeah, so in collaboration with the environment and climate change, our commitment was to finish off the PAPA and to develop the next stage plan for this calendar year and start working on it right away. So that was the mandate that was given to us.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
So there's 89 pieces left, but going back to private land, looking forward, how much private land is being purchased this year or budgeted for to reach that target of 20% protected?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And the allocation for this coming year is $1.5 million, the same as what it's been for the last little bit, to identify what lands are going to be. There's a living document and a list within the department that staff stay in touch with to see what criteria or what goals would certainly meet the year's objectives throughout the process. You always try to buy some that would be for protected areas, possibly recreational areas, protected areas, so on and so forth. So it would always give an enhancement to what the Crown land as a whole is. But it's $1.5 million this year, and that whole conversation would take place over the next few months to ensure that process is signed and done by this time, well, March 31st of next year.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister. So just to clarify, that $1.5 million is assigned to purchasing private land to work towards that goal? Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
It's allocated to purchase Crown land. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to fit into the protected areas. It's to purchase Crown land and meet the goals of the year, if you will, or the mandate that the government's under at the present time. So it could be $1.5 million that we purchase for all protected lands next year. It could be $1.5 million that we purchase for all forestry concept or recreational. It's not allocated to any one given department. That's a conversation that happens throughout the year to ensure we're going to meet the target goals that are set out through the process.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I don't know the true number, but of protected areas still on that list for protection, 80-something, 89 maybe. Can the department confirm what the number is?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
I couldn't even remember from my speech. 89 is correct. 89 park sites that are still remaining.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
And to the minister, any idea what those 89 represent in percentage of protected areas?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Not accurately, because after the designation's done and the surveys are done, that's when we actually find out the full sort of hectares and percentages into it. So if you recall, I think it was Monk's Head that I did an estimate when we released that information that Monk's Head was designated as a protected provincial park, or have you? I had a number that was in the press release, but after the survey was all done and completed, the number actually grew, I think, very minusculely, but it actually does grow a little bit. So to have a full number of what that hectare area or what percentage, we don't have that accuracy right now, but we could probably get a target number that we can share with you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Does this budget designate any new parks being added?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Any new parks? That was, yeah. Well, I could stand here and say no today. Obviously, if there's an opportunity that comes to government that would be a good proposition, certainly there'd be a conversation. I think every government has to act on a proposition that we enjoy our parks. The 89 parks actually that we named are actually utilized right now. Maybe not serviced, but there are utilizations. They may just not be designated. So if a piece of land were to come, not to say we'd say yes, not to say we say no. We're concentrating on the 89 sites to get those finished and move on to the 2023 process. But there have been conversations of people coming or groups coming to say, hey, this piece of land is up for grabs. It may make sense for the Crown to have the hold of this for whatever reason. So there would be conversations. Usually you try to punt it off to the allocation for the 1.5 million, just because there's not a free will of money rolling around right now. But I wouldn't knock off any conversation that's going to benefit the province, if you will.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
What would the criteria be for advancing a potential area as a park to the department?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis to repeat the question.
What would the criteria be for a group to present a potential area to the department? The minister had mentioned he's open to groups or others bringing potential areas to the department. What is the criteria to do so?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So they'd have to have some key aspects of what's taking place for the current government. I mean, we've committed to 20%. We'd want an area that probably we'd be able to protect. We've committed to ecological forestry. We'd want an area that we can do soft touch forestry, if you will. We're always looking to add Crown lands. Most of the conversations, though, they end up going onto that living document to keep conversations going on for that transaction this fiscal year. It may not be for another year or two down the road, but there's always conversations. Just since being in the seat, I know of many conversations I've had throughout Nova Scotia of people that are interested in selling their land to the Crown aspect for many different reasons, and usually they get added to that list, of living document, if you will, to keep those conversations going on year after year.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Has there been a decision about designating Archibald Lake as a wilderness area?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
I'm going to punt it. No. That is an ongoing conversation. We certainly have heard through the consultation from the area of Archibald Lakes and the interest, and I probably can safely say that my colleague, the Minister of Environment, and myself are probably in the final steps to making that final decision.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
The department is forecast to be $56.4 million higher than budget estimates, primarily due to $53 million in abandoned mine sites remediation costs. Could the minister provide a breakdown on that $53 million in remediation costs for abandoned sites?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So working on some of the high-risk processes in the previous fiscal year, we've evaluated the rest of the mine sites into high and low, and as we work through that, we got to finish the high risk first and do the estimates on what is taking place. So that 53 was sort of, if I'm getting it correct from my assistant, it's sort of the estimates is what we're expecting to see as we move through this calendar year and the work that needs to be done. I said that correct.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
And can the minister confirm, is that for one site, two sites?
I recognize the member for Annapolis to repeat the question.
Sorry? Yeah.
To repeat the question, please and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. Just looking for more detail on that 53 million. Is that for one site or multiple sites?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Multiple sites.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
There's mention of $6 million related to Hurricane Fiona cleanup costs. Has the minister and his department considered establishing a permanent fund available for the purpose of addressing weather-related cleanup costs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
I'm assuming when the member says a permanent cost for future hurricanes as well. Look, the conversation about climate change is taking place every day within the department. We look at many aspects of what the climate is doing to our forest, and is this going to be a permanent act of assistance? That I can't stand here and say. Do we have to reallocate some of our funding within the department as years come and climate's changing? We know that we have to. Even some prescriptions of forestry that we see how they were put into action in certain areas of where Hurricane Fiona hit. These are conversations that I'm having with the technicians at a higher level that are well more educated in the forest than I am. But as you, for example, but I'm not a landowner, but I do look at those technicians and the stakeholders. But this is a conversation that's going across the whole sector. That what do we need to do to invest not just on Crown lands, but all across the forestry across Nova Scotia to ensure that when these storms do come, that we're going to have a resilient forest in the future. To make sure that it is here, as I said in my opening speeches, for our kids and our grandkids. So this is an ongoing conversation within the department.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's mention of $3 million for energy and resource development initiatives. Could the minister break down more detail on what these development initiatives are and what they're intended to accomplish? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So this allotment of money is money that we set aside as we know we're going to have more renewables coming onto the grid. It's a study, possible study under the grid system accepting more renewables. Is a further study about different storage outside of the battery storage that we have. There's different initiatives that are coming to the door every single day. I used the analogy that when I sat in the chair, I didn't know about green hydrogen. And as we look at the renewable energy sector that's changing, it's changing every day as well. There are things that are being developed that that my kids are telling me about when they come home from school, and I'm sure you're in the same situation. That did you know that this is taking place in a different jurisdiction? So it's to alleviate some money that we were able to go out and do some of these studies to see if this would fit into our grid system and to guide us in some of those decision-making processes.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Have these studies been procured at this point?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
None as of yet, no.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
There's mention of $760,000 for offshore wind hydrogen production studies. Does the minister, I'm asking him to predict the future, but is there potential for the results of these studies to generate the same amount in revenue? What is the goal of that study?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So with the big steps that our government's taking with the development of green hydrogen and offshore wind, that's specific to that area in the sort of the Strait area. What is the capability of the grid system, and what are the current conditions in that area? So that's very specific to that area to help us grow the sector that we know that the whole world is asking for this green energy. So we know that this could be a driving force for our economy here in Nova Scotia. And once you scale it up, it could be a driving force for us to change our playing field here right in our residential sector as well, commercial sector on land as well, rather than exporting everything. So we need to get this right. We have said that we're taking off at big speeds to ensure that we're leading the pack. We believe that we have great players that are knocking at our door and wanting to come from other jurisdictions to Nova Scotia to be a part of this. We have people from all around the world knocking at our door about this sector, so we want to make sure we get it right. So that it's site-specific about that, and to make sure that we're off on the right keel. And to answer questions, is there going to have to be further investments in that area to make sure that we're able to take off on the green hydrogen spectrum when things are ready to go. So it's going to enhance government's ability to move.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I'm running out of time. So Leahy recommends more buildings converted to wood heat. Has the budget allowed for more public buildings to be heated with wood heat? And if so, how many?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So the way that that's set up is more inclusive to our policy in our department rather than actually funding that. That aspect actually looks at public works and what projects can be approved in that fiscal budget. But we're more policy aligned with the small scale heating.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
What is the timeline to approve projects in offshore under new offshore energy with the new Offshore Energy Board?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you. So the board is actually not finalized yet. We're waiting for the federal counterparts to finish their bylaws, so to speak, in their legislative process. Hopefully we'll be able to have that process on the floor of our legislature in the fall to ensure the board's set up. But we're hoping that the call for bids can actually happen by 2025.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I'm going to skip around a bit in the last 13 minutes. There are 5 new wind projects that are adding more renewable energy to our grid, as the minister is well aware. As of fall 2022, the projects still needed approvals and permits. Where do those projects stand today?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
So thank you for that question. There were no actual applications for Crown land for any of those 5 projects. So currently, as I understand it, I believe all 5 have applied for EAs. Minister of Environment may be able to correct that for you, but those applications wouldn't be within our department because there was no Crown allocations or asks for any of those 5 projects. But my understanding is all 5 proponents are moving forward to doing their application and permitting processes. And I guess we're sort of waiting to hear back how successful they are with their EAs. I believe that 1 or 2 of them might have already gone through and finished some of the processes. So we're waiting for the next steps in the process. But look, we're also already looking at the future RFP because we know we're going to need more wind as we get to get off coal and need more renewables. So we're looking how we're going to do the next RFP as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Annapolis.
And as of last fall, so a few months back, work was underway, and I think the quote was 84% of Leahy report recommendations were complete. Can the minister update if that number has increased?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're at about 86% when this document was typed up on 45 initiatives.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I'll talk to the minister after and talk more about that. Just skipping around again, any more Crown land sites been identified for affordable housing?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much. So Municipal Affairs and Housing actually sort of do a wish list of lands back to Crown. We have an application in right now that we're looking at, going through the IRM process and to see if it actually fits for what they're looking for. Of course, nobody wants to give up land, but we also know that we're in a housing crisis in our province, and we know that we have to move forward. So these lands are considered very closely with every request that comes into the department. How can we work with other departments to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all the province in housing and such? So there's an application right now within our department we're reviewing right now. So there's an ongoing conversation.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
The mining industry has a proposal in for $19.5 million in geophysical surveys across the province that would help them identify areas for critical minerals and increase the knowledge of the province's geology. What is the department's position on that proposal?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So thank you for that question. So yeah, no, we're excited about it. We're actually working with some of the stakeholders in it, and some of our federal counterparts to get the critical mineral strategy in place. And we're looking we're looking forward into the very near future, in the month or two, to be able to announce what that strategy is put into place for the province of Nova Scotia, and how we can utilize our own resources right here in the province as we move to that green sector, and keep the profits and our quantities here in Nova Scotia to help boost into the renewable energy sector as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
To the minister, so the critical mineral strategy will be complete most likely in the next 2-3 months? Okay.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Yes, 2 to 3 months. I'm hoping to have that out. Obviously, sort of our in-house target was a month or two ago, and we all know that you're never able. You always want to add more, especially with something that's as exciting as this. That we're able to do something right here at home, and keep our resources here at home, where we know that we're environmentally friendly, where we source those out from other jurisdictions. We don't always necessarily align with their environmental standards, but as we move to the green sector, this is what we want for Nova Scotians. So yeah, the next 2 to 3 months, I hope to be able to share that with you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you. I want to thank the minister. I'm going to come back in the second hour. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague from Clare. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't have much time, so I'll jump right into it. I have a couple of questions related to exploration permits. So I've had a number of calls, emails, and letters come in because some residents have found out that their properties are within exploration permit areas. So they've asked me to speak on their behalf. So the first questions they had for the minister, I should say, is Why would exploration permits be given to private lands where there are cottages, and secondly, why aren't they advised that permits are being issued on their land?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
This is where we rely a great amount on our team. This is not something that I'm necessarily up to date on as other things within our department, but the mineral licenses are for subsurface rights only. They still have to work with the private landowner to get access, required access.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I admit I'm not an expert by far, but the questions are coming in. So one area they're very concerned with is, and I won't read but when you come to the Mineral Resources Act, Section 26, where the minister has the ability to basically grant access to somebody's private land when an agreement can't, when a landowner and the business can't come to an agreement. So there's a lot of concern around that clause because there are some residents who are thinking of building cottages, and one I've heard maybe a house, and now they're contemplating that it's too risky since they're within that zone. So I don't know if you'd like to comment on how often would the minister override it, and is that something that you're contemplating at this time?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much. Just to follow up on previous question also, there's a public online forum that shows all license holders that are within the province as well. That may be helpful, that we can narrow down a conversation. Also, I think your question was how many times have I been asked to override that? Since sitting in this chair, I've never been asked to override any of those rights. To say that it won't happen in the future, I can't predict the future, but I thank the member for bringing this to the table to have that conversation.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
So part of, thank you, Mr. Chair. Part of the questions I get as well is that from my understanding, like individuals or company can just take out areas within the province for possible exploration. So the question I often get is, with technology, GPS and everything, companies, individuals know exactly where homes are situated and cottages and the importance of, say, the lakes and rivers in those areas. So is the department looking at maybe examining this act and looking at to modernize it so that this doesn't happen in the future?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you. So once the once the strategic plan comes out, obviously we want to look to the legislation to see if it aligns up with the plan of what's put in place with it. I wouldn't want to commit to anything here today on the floor of the legislature, but as things are changing, we certainly do want to open that legislation up and make sure that it does align with where we need to go in the future to secure some of those green initiatives that we do have.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So maybe my last question, just I've been referencing a letter that Claude Como wrote to the minister on March 15th, and I can table that, but he did give me his permission to speak about it here today. So he did email me a few times asking if the minister will commit to answering his letter.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for bringing that up. I can tell you to go back to share with your constituent that the letter is in the department. That we can confirm that it hasn't made it to my desk as of yet, but there is a draft in the process. That way you can go back and tell your constituent you have had the conversation with the department. I don't want to presuppose what's going to be on my desk, but the conversation is taking place, and the due diligence has been done. So that letter will be responded to.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
All right. Thank you, Mixed Chair. And just in the final minute, I want to thank the Minister for taking those questions and providing those answers. But it is a new, I'd say, area of, mining is fairly new, and it was a bit of a surprise for residents. So I think, in terms of communication, I think it's important that the department really reach out and try to come up with better ways to communicate with residents, because it is an area of deep stress for a lot of residents. Like I've been have multiple constituents come in. So again, I want to thank the Minister and the department for answering those questions. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable minister for natural resources.
What I just say in the last few seconds, I don't want to presuppose what is in that strategic plan as we move forward, but or get a certain area sort of stressed over what potentially could happen. I do know out of talking with some of the experts that are taking part in this strategic plan is some of the mining is less invasive than what it ever was. There's different environmentally friendly ways of doing things to extract some of the strategic materials that we're looking for in the province. So it's not the intent of government to stress people out over this. We want to make sure we get the strategic plan in place. Then we can outreach to Nova Scotians and have that conversation. But we do talk to the license holders to ensure that they do talk to the private landowners before any development or any process ever takes place.
Order. The time allocated for the Liberal caucus has elapsed. Before I turn it over to the NDP caucus for their hour, I'd like to recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair. I'd like to ask members to glance up at the West Gallery, where we're being joined today by a young MP who has continued the tradition of strong and solid leadership in Kings Hants. He is my MP, smart, energetic, hardworking, chair of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, and I want to thank him for joining us this afternoon, and I ask him to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you for the supplementary on the introduction, Mixed Chair. It's the MP Cody Blois from Kings Hants.
Welcome and thank you for joining us. I'd like to recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I want to thank the Minister and the staff and the other staff for being here tonight and for all of the work I know that has gone into preparing for this. I'm going to ask a few questions in this hour on behalf of my colleague, the member for Dartmouth North, who in our small caucus has lots of critic areas taking place at one time. And I might skip around just a little bit, but you've got all the big brass here, so I'm sure you'll be able to answer my questions. The minister has previously indicated that a hydrogen action plan would be released this year. I was in Port Hawkesbury recently. I know there's a lot of excitement from communities, but we also need a plan. And so I'm wondering if the minister can provide an update on when this will be released and what kind of consultation has taken place.
I recognize the honourable minister for natural resources.
Yes, thank you for this question. This is a plan that I'm eagerly awaiting as well. I am staying steadfast to say that it is this calendar year. there have been conversations with other stakeholders and jurisdictions coming in, or other people coming into this jurisdiction with the conversation. There have been conversations with the local area where the green hydrogen is going to be taking place. We have some great conversations with the local municipalities as well. But out of that, I also was very clear when this whole conversation started. There's many aspects of consultation, yes, but we have to make sure that we do the Mi'kmaq consultation. But when we talk offshore wind, it's the environmental aspect, but it's also a fisher's livelihood. And I lived through this when Force was developed in the Parsboro area, where the fishers didn't get a conversation right off the bat. And there was a lot of unknowns, and there was a lot of negativity, quite frankly, built up over that. Where to this day, most of those fishers have learned how to live and work in and around and actually collaborate with the people at Force. So it's a building relationship, but that relationship could have been from day one. And that's part of what I want to see for that area. And I believe our federal counterparts are on the same wavelength as well. This is going to be a process that's not just this government. I mean, this is a huge step forward for the green world, if you will. The world's knocking at our door. We are one of the front runners of developing some of the first biggest exports of green hydrogen. We're set the stage to that. So what I would say is we have to make sure we get it right, and that's through conversations and this action plan coming out this calendar year if we are going to put the right steps forward, if you will.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
So I guess leading along from that, I'm happy to hear that those conversations are having. Is there a formal consultation plan, or because the minister listed lots of folks that he's talking to, which is great, but I'm curious how that input comes into it. And also, just to clarify, my understanding is that there are projects being greenlit in advance of a plan being instituted, and whether the minister can confirm that that's the case.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much. So what has sort of been fast-tracked was the onshore wind aspect of the green hydrogen. They need to develop this, get this this process moving. So that's the aspect that has sort of been fast-tracked, if you will, to get them off on the right step. So we are part of the leading pact on it, not necessarily the components of the structure of the building. So they're still going through the application processes and their environmental assessments, and through that are some public consultations. Yes, as we're moving forward in some of this, the public has to be part of that consultation process, whether it's through a permitting process, an environmental assessment process, or just consultation and conversations that are taking place with the Strait region that already has a task force in place. We have pulled a lot of their conversations and resources. They've been in place for many years about the offshore. The green hydrogen was new to them as well, almost the same time that it was new to us as a government. So these conversations were taken into a package. And yes, through that whole development, there does have to be public consultation as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Well, I'll leave it with that, but I guess I'll ask if it's possible, after estimates, if there is some kind of plan around consultation or record of it. If the minister could provide that, that would be really helpful. I see the member for Richmond nodding along in the background. I know there's lots of excitement in his region. And I certainly heard that excitement as well. We have heard concerns raised that one of the large hydrogen facilities plans to begin producing and exporting prior to the availability of enough wind, so then therefore not green. And I'm wondering if these projects, if there are hydrogen projects that are going to draw from the Nova Scotia power grid before they can be fully sufficient on their own wind power.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So what I would say to that, that's a business decision on their part of what they're doing. What I can say is the people that are coming worldwide coming to our department and our government, they're looking for green hydrogen. So that would be a business decision and conversation that they must be having. That's not, we're looking at deriving green hydrogen at the end of the day that we want to export from the province. That may be a business decision or question for some of the developers.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
So then I guess I can just put a finer point on it. Can the minister confirm that hydrogen projects that draw power from our grid, not very clean, hence the desire to have greener energy, will not be considered green hydrogen for the purposes of any marketing on behalf of those companies?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
In order to be green, it has to use green energy. If they're going to kickstart something earlier in the day, they would have to have an agreement such as Green Choice or something. But that would be a business decision that they would have. Our goal as a government is to get green hydrogen produced in Nova Scotia to help export into the jurisdictions that are coming to our doorstep, if you will.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
And I mean, I understand those will be business decisions ultimately, but is there any thought that the government would regulate the sort of carbon intensity of hydrogen? So what's blue or gray? I mean, I think we know it's green, it has to be green, but the rest of it's a tiny bit murky. Like, will there be any regulatory consideration of that, or is that just left up to industry?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
I guess what I would say to answer that is as a government, we're looking for green hydrogen, and that's what we want to export.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
I think I'll have a few more years to stand up here and ask that question, so we'll leave it there for right now. I want to ask, and I apologize if there's some repetition, but just to kind of be clear for us, we know that there have been some Crown land grants for wind production onshore, and I know that there has been some controversy around that, as there have been in lots of jurisdictions, and in particular about location selection, transparency in that location selection, conversations with community, and some groups like the Ecology Action Centre have said, asked for a comprehensive land planning process so that the public can kind of be more educated, more involved, have a better understanding of these projects and also their impact. So we are huge supporters of wind and of green energy generally, but we also understand the ways that some of those installations impact neighboring communities. I'm wondering if the minister can tell us if he's considering or even can commit to some kind of process like that to add some transparency and communication to the process of when and how Crown land gets used for those wind allocations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So thank you for that. What I do want to say is the RFP process, it was all private lands. So under that 5 projects that were announced, there's no Crown land applications out for those projects. Those are all on private lands. What I will say about sort of the Crown Lands planning action, actually, I think just after I sat in the chair when you came over for an initial meeting, when you're, this was one of the conversations we had, and we did agree that we do have to have sort of a formalized plan of what are we doing with Crown Lands, so to speak. So we do have somebody allocated in the department that has started that process to bring something back to the minister's chair and government, if you will. How quick that takes place, there's in my opening remarks, there's 2,000 asks a year. Some of those get documented and a process actually started. So we have to go through anything that's already been activated for a request or whatever, on whatever that may be on Crown land, and get that plan put into place. And so it's not going to be a flick of the switch, if you will, but I think at least I'm pleased that the momentum has started, that we need to have a plan on how we're going to manage our crown assets, and that includes the land that we're trying to protect, have recreation on, have an economy driven on as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
That's great. I remember that conversation, and whenever a Minister of the Crown tells me that they think something's a good idea, I just keep asking about it till it happens. So I will keep asking about it till it happens, and would really urge consultation, particularly in the siting of these kinds of projects. I think it's important, and it saves headaches down the road, obviously. The last session, there was the creation of a hydrogen innovation program in legislation, but there were not very many details, and I'm wondering if the minister can provide an update on this. Like, what is it? What conversations have taken place?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Yeah, thank you for this. So that's at a smaller scale than what we're talking about. So it's going to be an H2 produced for more domestic use. So if you recall, under that legislation, I spoke about that we already had the pipelines that are enacted. I think it was 93% of our infrastructure was already enabled to accept hydrogen aspects. So we're steps ahead of different jurisdictions. So the regulations are still being developed to finalize that process. And I do know that there's companies within the province that are doing some testing of their own as well to move into the next steps.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. And I think we'll move on to a few more specific questions about the budget. We see a reduction in the budget for clean growth and climate change, and also an underspend last year of $13.7 million. I'm wondering if the minister could comment on that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So it was a decrease within the department, but it actually wasn't with the government in a whole. 10.9 was shifted over to municipal affairs and housing. What that was, just so you're aware, that was part of the ISIP funding spending. So they actually took over some of the projects and ISIP. So a lot of that went over, and there was. So that was ISIP, and I mean there was other things. 2.8 was to it was a cash flow to further years down the road in the budget line. So that's 10.9, 2.8 for a total of 13.7.
No.
And there was also the clean growth as well, the climate change ISIP funding. That's the estimates for this year. So that'd be 14.3 for ISIP spending. 10.3 for efficiency and low income. Excuse me, my throat's getting dry. 200,000 for various operating savings. 20.2 million for federal off-oil programs. So that's a three-year running total as well. And 1.8 due to division recognition for FTEs and operating. So I don't know that that answered all your question, but a lot of the shift change was the ISIP programs.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
So I guess, so just to be clear, that the basket you're talking about right now is the underspend of last year. That's where that money would have gone. And that 2.8 million to further years, like that's an underspend, isn't it? Like that just means you didn't spend it and you're going to spend it in later years, just to clarify.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So yeah, the 2.8 would have been an underspend that shifted over, but the 10.9 would have been shifted over to Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
And will that be an ongoing budget line, or was that just money, a flow through federal money for a particular program, or is that because we see a reduction this year, so I just want to understand where we are now.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
No, it was just because of the flow back and forth with ISIP funding. I don't want to presuppose what the federal government's going to initiate into the ISIP funding. So now it's anticipated that this would have been sort of a this year only sort of thing.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
So then the reduction in funding this year just recognizes the absence of that program existing anymore. Okay.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Yeah, just to make it official, yes. Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
So then we saw that the Regional Services Administration was over budget by 57 million. And I'm wondering if we could get a breakdown of that or understand why that is.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Excuse me. So the vast majority of that would have been the $53 million for the mine remediation. Also, 3.7 million of that was for Fiona cleanup. Part of the process is right off the bat as soon as we hit people, boots on the ground, removing down trees so we get power back on. And then there was also another spin where we ended up doing a second cycle where we started moving trees away from infrastructure and stuff. But that would have been the bulk of the spending.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
I think Minister may have gotten into this last hour, but we know from committees and from the department that 57 million is going to be a drop in the bucket in terms of the costs of mine remediation. So I'm wondering, like, are we just not going to, is that just going to always show up as an overspend in a departmental budget, or are we going to contemplate our massive liabilities in that regard in the budgeting process?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
It's great that we have him here. I don't understand numbers. So it sits on the expense sheet as a liability, and as we draw from it and do some of the work, that's when that starts to deplete.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Well, maybe he can explain that to me at some point. But I guess the answer, though, I mean, it sits somewhere, but it's not being allocated as a piece of a budget in any given year. It sounds like to me, but.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So as sorry, hearing myself there, and that's not working. So as that $53 million does sit there, it's allocated in this year's expenditures. As we draw down from it, it's also going to help us as we move into those sites, do the estimates on the future cleaning up as we have to do and remediate all the sites. But as we deplete that and work on it this year, obviously we're not going to get all that work done this year, deplete that $53 million, but it's also going to allow us, as we're doing the work, to forecast on the next level of high, medium. I think you might have been under the room. We've categorized them. You probably know this from committee: high, medium, and low risk. And as we do the evaluation, we can estimate what's going to be in the future projections as we move.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
And sadly, we know that like Fiona probably wasn't the last of its kind. Is there a way in which the government or the minister is budgeting for these kind of extraordinary events?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So what I did say in the previous hour is these are conversations we're having, not just about the events, but the impact that they're having on our infrastructure, what they're having on the forests. What do we need to change as a department, as a government, to sort of combat that, but ensure that we're resilient against these storms that are coming. In my opening statement, I wanted to make sure that this province is here for my kids and my grandkids, and same likewise your kids and your grandkids. There's a reason that we're sitting here in the legislature. We all believe that we have the best province and the best area in the world, and we need to protect it. So these are conversations that we are having. Is there a budget process in place to forecast that as of yet? No, not as of yet. But will we get there? I believe that we're not going to have any choice but to get there and have a line item eventually, and in collaboration with all departments, but as close as what we work with the Department of Environment and sort of spear out a future path, if you will, on not just Fiona, but future Fionas, if you will.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think I'll just take a moment to, I guess, encourage. We've been very critical of the sort of unallocated funding that happens at the end of the year, so the $1.4 billion that we didn't talk about last year in budget estimates. And we know that lots of that was for things like Fiona, but as the minister says, we will be facing these events on a regular basis, and I think environment and climate change, natural resources and renewables, housing, municipal affairs, all these departments are going to continue to have major expense lines, anticipated or not. And I think if in the budget process we can start to try to digest that, it will really help us understand what that monetary impact is and where it lands. So how much of it lands in forests, how much of it lands in infrastructure. If we're budgeting ahead of time, we can trace that money. So I would I take the minister's answer, but I would really encourage the minister to bring some of that. And guess what? If it gets underspent, hallelujah. Like, nobody's going to criticize. But I think it's really important to know that we have the fiscal capacity to do that, and that we have the opportunity to be proactive in thinking about that. Another budget line, resource management, also over budget by $10 million. Was that also related to storm, or were there other issues?
recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Just for clarification, do you know what branch or what page it might have been on in the documents? Is it forestry that it might have been talking about? I'm going to speculate a majority of it might have been Fiona, but I want to make sure I get you the right answer.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Maybe we'll come back to that and I'll get the page number unless the deputies found it. Okay, should we come back to it? Okay, that's fine. So then I'll move on to some questions about efficiency. And I know that we're kind of crossing departments when we talk about some of the efficiency stuff, but the Minister's Department has made some welcome investments in new efficiency programs. But at a constituency level, we still get a lot of complaints that it's really hard to navigate the programs. And we know that on the South Shore, like Bridgewater has been a leader in climate action across the province, but one of the things they've done is provide navigation services for residents, which is, I think, one of the reasons that their community has such high uptake of these programs, because people can call them and they kind of lay out all the programs that are available, they help with the applications, all of that. Is the department working on kind of similar navigator services or sort of contemplating how to make these programs as accessible as possible in terms of application and how residents can avail themselves of those opportunities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So thank you very much. That's good feedback. I mean, we are in sort of the early days of a 3-year project. So this is certainly feedback that I want to take back to Efficiency Nova Scotia. I'll be quite honest. We don't have the FTEs right now to have navigators to assist. Unfortunately, I wish we really did. We're very fortunate to have partners in Efficiency Nova Scotia that are navigating through this on a daily basis to assist us to get the money in the right homes at the right aspects. When these announcements were first made, I encouraged everybody to reach out to Efficiency Nova Scotia. And out of that, I was quite pleased to hear that, no, I didn't necessarily meet into the criteria for the free heat pump, if you will, but Efficiency's coming to do an assessment of my home because there's other processes and projects that Efficiency can do. So that concern that you're hearing back from your constituents that they're having a hard time navigating that, I certainly want to take that back to Efficiency Nova Scotia. And if there's any particulars that you want to bring to me offline, I'll certainly advocate to Efficiency Nova Scotia. I mean, they're great people. They want to make sure that they get it right as well. So this is a program that we've seen a lot of interest all across the province. We have interest from other colleagues in other jurisdictions that want to know how we were so successful in ensuring that our money got right out the door. And I believe we just had a member that was introduced from the federal level that was at one of the announcements with us that shared the federal funding as well. So there's projects that can be built on top of each other, and Efficiency really are the ones that do that. So that feedback has to come back to us. I appreciate you sharing it. I look forward to talking to you offline about that, so we can improve that process. Because let's face it, we're in year 1 of this whole process. There's a multifaceted years that are going to move out, and let's be frank, who knows what else we're going to invest in the future.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Okay. Oh. Okay, well, I'll just add to that. I'm not going to leave the topic, but just to say that one of the things specifically we've heard is about folks not having access to the internet. So particularly lower income people, older people, they're just looking for a piece of paper they can fill out and someone to help them do it. And so I wonder if you know of any plans to make that possible for people.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
I believe there is a paper application. I'll double check with my SA and make sure that that's shared around. The other update that I was going to share with you is getting the information right now. Efficiency Nova Scotia is looking at having program navigators. So fantastic, and it's probably because of feedback like this that, and they get it. I mean, they do this on a daily basis, and as soon as somebody picks up the phone and they are talking with Efficiency Nova Scotia, I've heard from constituents that they said they knew right off the bat my income, what type of house that I have. They were almost rhyming off the programs that they were sending us information on, and an assessment was done to get it. Although, albeit, even in the minister's constituency, there's still a waiting list as well. I mean, these programs are being driven, and there's a want for these programs, which is good. It's a success.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Well, that's great. You heard it here first, I guess. But it's also a good segue to actually meeting our climate targets. So, you know, by our estimation, there is some pretty massive retrofitting that needs to happen between now and 2030, which is in like 10 seconds in government time. And so I'm just wondering how the minister and the ministry and the government is looking at really scaling up efforts at retrofitting to get there, because there's a lot of deep retrofits that need to happen in this province. Is there a big concerted effort to do that, and what does it look like?
I recognize the honourable minister for Natural Resources.
Yeah, so I just wanted to find the right number. I knew it was in my opening speech, but that's sort of an initiative we took to make sure that the 140,000 or 140 million that was announced in December, the big bulk of that was for middle incomes for retrofits and upgrades. It's over the three-year period, we're looking at 30,000 just with this project alone. 30,000 middle income homes are going to be able to be retrofitted and meet some of the new standards, and be able to keep the money in their pockets while they're insulating their homes, while they're putting in, they're taking out the old lighting and putting new lighting in. There's many. I mean, I could sit here all day and talk about the programs that Efficiency Nova Scotia has to offer, but I guess what is encouraging that we are taking those steps. The middle income was the biggest bulk of that 140 million that we announced in the fall to start taking those steps.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Well, this is like slightly off topic, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that I met with the Lung Association today, who really wanted to advocate for taking radon testing into account in this whole process, because often if there is a radon problem, efficiency efforts can compound it because there's no kind of breathability in a home. And so I do think there's an opportunity that's probably pretty low cost to sort of combat the issue of elevated levels of radon across the province as we touch so many homes with efficiency programming. Even though it's not specifically an efficiency issue, I think there's some collaboration that could happen there. There you go, Robert. Radon on the map. So I want to switch to biomass for now. I think there were some regulations in December which increased the amount of biomass used to generate electricity in the move towards renewables. We also heard in the minister's opening comments a conversation of natural gas or fossil gas in the move towards renewables. This is really cause for concern. I understand that forest byproduct may be considered renewable fuel. Our understanding of the way of what actually gets burned for biomass in the product. I mean, we've had this conversation, the minister and I. He says no logs are going to be cut down and burned for energy, but our understanding is that logs are being cut down and burned for energy. And so I guess I the first question I would just ask is there a plan to end the use of biomass in electricity generation at some point, acknowledging that at the very least it's controversial to call biomass a renewable energy source?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
I guess what I would say, we have had conversations. I mean, there's points that I think we'll have to agree to disagree on. There are jurisdictions that do recognize biomass as being renewable. There's some jurisdictions that don't. It is a factor of our renewable electricity standard in the province right now. The changes that we made, we did highlight a different change in December, that the fuel had to come from low-grade wood fiber or ecological sourced fiber, and it had to be low-grade wood fiber or results of ecological forestry practices. So the pulp wood that didn't necessarily have a home, the byproduct of sawmills. When you take into account of all that, this is part of what Nova Scotia Power does need to meet the renewable standards right now. We know from in the media that they didn't meet the renewable standards last year, even with utilizing biomass as their one of their usages. Is it on the radar to take out of the equation over the next period? I can't commit to that on the floor here today. It is a process that Nova Scotia Power still utilizes at the present time, and until such a day that we're able to eliminate that usage that they utilize the biomass for the renewables, I don't think we're really going to have that conversation, I don't think. And I'm just being very honest with you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
I appreciate that. I expected that answer. But notwithstanding that some jurisdictions will call biomass renewable, we know that it produces large amounts of greenhouse gases, like we just do. And so I guess our argument would be those people are wrong, and Nova Scotia should be right. And so I think, the minister's been clear on the position. But I guess I wonder, when we look at our plans for decarbonization and our plans to get, to our targets, how dependent is the department on the burning of biomass to get there? Like, what's the biomass proportion going to look like when we say we've reached our targets?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So just looking for the numbers to make sure I give you the right numbers. Biomass is actually less than 5% of our energy production right now. We do realize that it is a market for small private woodlot owners that do get some buy into their product for their low-grade wood fiber. But that's why we want to make the shift. We want to see the small-scale wood heat initiative take off even further. We know that there's other jurisdictions that look at district heating, but what does that look like for the province? Look, I get it. Our conversations before have been, we know that the efficiency isn't there for generating power and electricity. I get that 100%. But it is a factor that we do utilize this product right now to meet some of the renewable standards that are in the province. And let's work to get off that. But let's also find another home for this product as well. Because let's be very honest on the floor of the legislature, the product that they are using does allow the purchase back and forth, a lot of it that is on private woodland owners. So let's work on finding the initiatives to get more smaller wood scale heating initiatives in through the province. And what does that district heating look like? I know there's a municipality in the province right now that are doing studies and research. Another example, which the member from the previous government would be very familiar with, is a cogen plant, that's Dalhousie plant in Truro. That I understand is working very efficiently right now, and what do those look like in the future? So I'm not saying never. I'm just let's explore as we move away from that in the years to come.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
So I mean, absolutely acknowledge the need for secondary markets, absolutely understand the financial predicament of woodlot owners, support diving into an economic analysis of what those secondary markets should be, including district heating. I don't think that fudging our definition, just to be frank, of what is renewable is the way to get there. So that's not saying anything against, I completely acknowledge the need for private woodland owners to have a market for that. And maybe that market is even biomass. But I don't think we should be counting it as a renewable energy source. So with respect, I think those are two slightly separate issues, and I don't want to conflate them because we're not saying there shouldn't be a market for that wood. We're just saying we should be clear in what we call it. So I guess I have two follow-up questions. One is the minister said that's less than 5% now, but my question was, what is that mix? What amount of the mix is it projected to be in 2030, like to get us off of coal? Is it going to be more than 5%, less than 5%?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much. We're not looking for that to grow. Sorry, my throat's drying up. My apologies. We're not looking for that number to grow at all. Actually, as we move forward to 2030, it's probably going to end up decreasing, as we're going to be fortunate enough to find different markets and homes for that product as well. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Does the minister want a break? Do you want to take 5 minutes? Okay. Okay, so then I guess just to finish this, I would just, ask, and maybe I don't get an answer tonight, but our view from looking at biomass and looking at the evidence and trying to understand the life cycle of the product, as I've said, is that it's not renewable. That is, as the minister has said, a matter of some debate in different jurisdictions. And so I guess I would ask that the department commit to actually conducting a life cycle analysis of biomass in Nova Scotia and making that publicly available. And if the department wants to still call it renewable after that, fine, but we'll have the information so that we understand what that definition means. Because as is evident in this conversation, it gets all mixed up into livelihoods and economic opportunity and different things, but what we really want to understand is biomass renewable? And so we would request that the department actually conduct an analysis that shows whether or not it is.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So what I'll say, to not prolong the conversation or the debate about whether it is or isn't, your point's taken, so noted. As we move with the climate plan, there's many conversations that have to take place, many departments and many things that aren't listed in the environment climate change plan that there does have to be the proper conversations, there does have to be the proper planning. So we certainly note your concern and comment, and we'll certainly take that back for consideration. So.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I thank the minister for that and for answering those questions, and maybe it could even be peer reviewed, that analysis. Let's see. Shoot for the stars. This budget showed a drop in coal royalty revenues. Great. I mean, bummer, not as much money. Good, less coal activity. So presumably this is due to decarbonization efforts and a larger focus on wind. And so this kind of begs the question, is the government looking into levying a similar type of royalty for wind farms on Crown lands? Because I know that's done in other provinces. Is that something that would be anticipated as we switch to that being a bigger part of the mix?
recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So onshore wind, there's already a fee for Crown lands. What we are discussing is what's that may look like on the offshore wind regime, but also with something that's more liking to coal is the royalties that we already get for the minerals that are already on our provincial ground as well. We're doing a review of all royalties, if you will, but that will also include some conversation around the fees that we may charge for wind or offshore wind. So we are doing a review of how we can make up that number, if you will.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Well, my memory is a little fuzzy, but I do remember seeing a Fraser Institute, of all places, report several years ago that did show that our royalties on minerals are quite low comparatively. So I will say that our party supports, as long as we're going to be mining these minerals, certainly the public getting some benefit in terms of revenue from these companies. I do want to just go back again to the minister's opening comments around natural gas being an important part of the path. And I wonder if the minister could talk a little bit more about that, because natural gas isn't natural. It's a fossil fuel. It is, of course, less energy and carbon intensive than coal. But the production is very carbon intensive and destructive. And I think in the light of the IPCC report that came out recently, experts would agree that there is no time to waste on bridging. Now, I know that comes up against the reality in a province like ours of how we get to where we need to be. But I'd like to hear more from the minister on where natural gas falls in that, because we've also heard this from Nova Scotia Power, and with the loop in question and not having heard a lot around what Plan B is, it's really concerning to think that we're trading one fossil fuel for another and we're not actually moving towards our international climate commitments or our climate commitments to our children, as the minister put it.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So part of it is the flexibility for the transition. I appreciate that you recognize it's not just as quick as flicking a switch for our province. So it's less carbon intensive than some other fossil fuels during that transition. That's what I'm highlighting. It is going to be a part of that. While we meet our 2030 goals, it's 80% renewables off coal. We still have to have that reliability as we finish the gap to get to the 2050 goals. So that's where I'm highlighting the fact that it's going to be a step process, and as we get the coal plants to gas, if you will, it's the next step to allowing it to get utilized for hydrogen when the green hydrogen comes online. So it's a step process as the transition goes, and it's not just provincially. I mean, the federal government's also recognized that natural gas is part of the transition to their 2030 and 2050 goals as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. So just to be clear, is the notion that an existing coal plant could be retrofitted to natural gas and then retrofitted again to green hydrogen? And what does that look like, and what's the research that's gone into that, just for our understanding?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much. I'm not that technical. These are conversations that we're having with Nova Scotia Power as they're stepping away from their coal and their plans to potentially eventually burn hydrogen to produce electricity. I mean, are there factors that are finalized and into that place? No, we know that. There are stepping stones they have to take. How much change does have to take place in their turbines and their boiler systems to enable this aspect? but quite frankly, they're conversations we're having with the power generation sites right now that coal is being utilized as fuel. There's a step to natural gas, and then conversation, and maybe it's a wish list, but a plan approach that allows green hydrogen to be the sort of next fuel as we do that next sort of transition away from the natural gas.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
So can the minister give me a sense of, what kind of ballpark spending, or if we can't get that fine a point on it, sort of project scope are we looking at around creating infrastructure for natural gas in the next few years, knowing that that's not what we want to be using to power our province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So what we're being told is practically no new infrastructure investments from Nova Scotia Power, utilizing mechanisms that are already in task and infrastructure that's already in place. But just another note about the previous conversation. You can install gas and hydrogen burning systems on existing sites now, so it's twofold. I didn't know that till just now, so it's interesting. I've probably been told, but it's drinking from a fire hose at times, as you can appreciate. But what they're saying is minimal investment to utilize the natural gas, and as I said before, does that new future with the hydrogen in our transitional system with our pipelines, is that what that looks like? I don't want to suppose what the future is going to take, but I think there's a lot of good people in our province right now that are looking at these initiatives. And as I said, it's not just a flick of a switch. It's a matter of how do we get to where we need to be in 2030 and 2050 to achieve that in the right manner. And a lot of these things, we know that some of them are being implemented right away. They're not even waiting till the deadlines. People want to move quicker than just wait for the deadline goals to say on New Year's Eve in 2029 that, oh my gosh, we got to flick the switch to get off the coal. We want it as soon as possible.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
So I know my colleague is going to get to some questions about Nova Scotia Power in the next hour, but I might just move into that a little bit by asking about the grid. So we've talked a lot about the massive uptake on heat pumps. We could talk at some point about electric vehicles and that strategy. And we also know that our grid cannot handle it. And so, I mean, maybe that's in dispute, but I feel like I've heard that from the horse's mouth. And I know that the government did make some effort around, in their bill, pegging profit to investments in reliability. But is there a conversation around whether ownership of our transmission and distribution system, properly lies with a private company, or whether as we diversify our electricity mix, as we move towards our targets, the government wants to be able to control and maintain that distribution system and transmission system so that, they can bring different things into the mix and not have to, as this government did, when there was a kind of retaliatory tariff on solar, have to stand up and legislate against it. Like, I don't think that will be the last fight of its kind. So I wonder if there's conversations happening in the department around that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So thank you for that. And one of the bills is on the table we just passed on Friday. The storage is going to help tremendously. And at a conversation with Nova Scotia Power last week, they're enthused about that process because it's certainly going to help them move things forward. And the performance standards to hold Nova Scotia Power accountable to that. I mean, I don't even think they showed up at law amendments. So I mean, there's a signal there that they must agree with us there that there's initiatives that can be taking place. But the new loads for the heat pumps and things are actually offset with some of the initiatives in efficiencies. As you get the heat pumps, you're not utilizing as much as you would with the baseboard because you're getting heat pump and insulation put in. So there's some offsets there. I don't remember the exact number. I don't have it right here with me, but it was one of the questions I had asked. How much more load are these heat pumps going to put onto our system? And it's still actually very minimal in comparison to what is taking place. I was actually surprised at how low the demand was taking off on that. But you spoke about the electrification of the transportation as well. That is going to be a spike, and we actually do have some money allocated in there to do some grid studies this coming year on what can we expect, how much more renewables, where should these battery storages maybe be, different things that we have to do to ensure that our grid system is able to handle it, but also able to provide the residents and our commercial sector what they need to A, live and survive in a warm environment, healthy environment, but also drive the economy in our province as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South with 3 minutes, 19 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's great to hear that there's a study. You could just take our bill and incorporate a question around, who should properly own the grid. And I think that the minister's answer sort of highlights the issue because it's Nova Scotia Power's grid, but the businesses in my district are really impacted by the lack of reliability of that grid, and the individuals in my district and across the province, as the minister knows, are very impacted by the lack of reliability of that grid. And we increasingly hear things like, oh, we know that the person on the Zoom call is from Nova Scotia because their power is always out. And so I would hope that would be a serious consideration, and or that the province seek to recoup funds from Nova Scotia Power for doing that work, because if they're going to own the grid, then they ought to maintain it. As the minister said, I think the bill that came forward, everybody agrees that Nova Scotia Power should be fined when they don't perform properly. We'll see if that actually happens. Our understanding is that the fines that exist now have rarely, if ever, been levied. Maybe widening the criteria for those will get us a little further down the line. But in general, I think if anything has become clear over the conversations of the last couple of years is that we have a utility that pretty much acts with impunity in our province, and that Nova Scotians in general would like to change that dynamic. And so that's why I bring this question forward about the grid, because this will be crucial to our future. I'm happy to hear the answer about the loads from heat pumps. I mean, that makes sense if you're switching from baseboard to heat pump, but we know a lot of people are using oil. So I'd be interested to see those studies because we do know that in that oil to heat pump transition, you're also often getting baseboards and things like that. So there is an increased load. Storage sounds great. We need the science to keep up with the need to keep up with the legislation, but we're all crossing our fingers there. And we know there are people in the province doing really great work on that. So yeah, I guess I would, I'll just leave it with thanking the minister and thanking the staff and asking, if in particular around that grid, is the minister working with Nova Scotia Power to look at that reliability and to look at that study? Is that department, is that independent, and who's going to pay for it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So recognizing your time, still looking at what studies need to be done. We do have money allocated in our grid. Conversations are going to happen with Nova Scotia Power. And part of the thing with the performance standards that we introduced with the bill, we want to make sure that the Utility Review Board has the tools that they need to hold the penalties in account to Nova Scotia Power. And as the regulations develop, there'll be conversations that have to be had to ensure that we have the right penalty with the right allocation or ratio to what that performance standard is. And
Order, please.
so,
The time this hour for NDP questioning is over. At this point, I would like to offer the minister and our guests a 5-minute recess to take a break. And when we return, we'll come back to the Liberals. Order, please. We will now it is time for the Liberal hour of questioning. I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for asking a few questions. I just want to get in a little bit into the numbers on land protection, and perhaps you can correct me if I'm wrong. First of all, just to be clear, there's a commitment from you to have a plan in 2023 to reach the 20% target for protected land. No, the plan is coming by 2023 to protect land by 2030. Am I correct? Are you still on track to meet that commitment of a plan by 2023?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Yes, that was a commitment that was made by our department and Environment and Climate Change to work on that plan this calendar year and have that out by December.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Minister. So we will see that plan before December, is that correct?
I recognize the honourable minister.
I'm better than that. I didn't say before December, I said by December. But this calendar year, it is our plan to have it out.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Terrific, thank you. So the target is 20%. We're in and around 13, meaning we need to protect another 7% of the province. Under my calculations, that would mean we need to protect another 387 hectares. Am I in the correct 387,000 hectares? Am I in the correct ballpark there to reach 20%?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
As I said to one of your colleagues, we have a percentage in here. We don't necessarily have the hectares in here, so I can certainly get that back to you in due time. But you could very well be right, or could be off a little bit. But I can get you the numbers afterwards.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
All right, so we got 5.527360 hectares in the province. 7% of that is 387,000 hectares. So, Minister, that is equivalent to 9.6 Kejimkujik parks. Could you confirm that we are looking in that order of magnitude to protect that area by 2030?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Again, I'd have to do the calculation, but we're staying committed to the 20%. And if that's the land mass, and I have no reason not to believe your numbers. So, I mean, I can't rhyme off numbers that quick. But if that's the land mass, that's what we're working with different counterparts. Colleagues at the Department of Environment, Climate Change, what other partners are at the table as well? Ducks Unlimited are coming to mind. Nature Trust. There's many other partners that are at this. I call it a game, but at this conversation to ensure that we're going to reach our targets as a province.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Minister. A couple years ago when I looked at this, there was a little over $1 million in the land acquisition budget. I didn't get a chance to check the book this year, but presumably it's somewhere close to $1.5 million that you have to spend on land acquisition for the purposes of protection. Do you have a sense of how much land, how many hectares that your budget will be able to purchase this year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. It's 1.5 million that's in the budget. It's an ongoing line item, but also Department of Environment and Climate Change. I believe they have a line item as well for acquiring lands as well. So it's twofold, but it's not just our department's not just acquiring land for protection. It's also acquiring lands to meet the other needs of what Crown land asks are for. So, but we have a living document, as I said in the first hour, and we look to add to that. I mean, I encourage every Nova Scotian that's interested and have a wish for their land, reach out to the department. It's been an ongoing list for many years, and quite frankly, there's some lands that have been on there for a long time that just don't meet the needs of what Nova Scotia goals, I guess, would be. But encourage anybody that's looking to do this, reach out.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. And just to, I guess, from my perspective, looking at these numbers, to underline the challenge that you have, when I did this calculation last year and didn't have an opportunity to present it, under the cost of the land that you acquire each year and the average prices, to purchase 9.6 Keji parks in this province will cost the taxpayer, I am going to suggest, about $1 billion if you can find people to sell you that amount of land. Can you tell me if that is in the order of magnitude of where you think the challenge lies with you in the department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Some of the land that's coming is also donated, so that there's donation aspect, there's a purchase aspect. Let's be realistic. This was a commitment that I believe many parties made, that we need to achieve a certain percentage of protected areas. It is going to cost some money. But let's be honest. If we don't spend the money to protect our province and ensure that biodiversity is a steadfast in our province, we may not have a province to call a province. This is an investment we're making for Nova Scotians, for the future of Nova Scotians. It is going to cost a line item. It is going to be a line item for years to come to ensure that we get to that level. As I said in my opening remarks, we have many demands on Crown lands. 2,000 in the run of a year. An average year is 2,000 requests into Crown land usage, and we need to ensure that the wants of Nova Scotians are also there. But there's also other areas of conversation that we have with Department of Environment and Climate Change about what areas can be protected already that may not be protected. So this is an ongoing conversation with my colleagues. It's an ongoing conversation with non-government groups as well. I mentioned the Nature Trust and different partners are at the table. I think the common goal is, I think even your goal is we need to support protection in our province, and it's a working process, and it's something that we're going to stay committed to.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those comments, and I fully agree. I think we are all committed to biodiversity and protection of land. What my comments and the number crunching are telling a story of is that you have an immense challenge. This province only has 30%, I think it's 29% of Crown land. So making large commitments, which I know in Canada we're trying to reach 25%. Well, if we're in BC, 95% of the province is Crown land. For Nova Scotia and PEI, commitments of those large national numbers of 25% are extremely difficult for us to do. So I guess by sharing these numbers with you, you reiterating your commitment to 20%, I guess I'm just putting a note and a marker on the table that the plan that is coming forth by December, that we can see in that plan how this is realistic and that it is going to be adequately funded to meet that promise to Nova Scotians that your government has made. I am not questioning your dedication or your staff's dedication to this, but I'm underscoring the challenge of the promise that I think you've made to Nova Scotians. So I will leave it at that and turn it over to my colleague, member from Timberlea Prospect.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the Minister's time this evening. I'll ask a few questions, and of course staff and all the hard work that you're doing. Won't surprise you that the topic of interest for me is the way that we have a path forward to get off of coal in a sustainable in a way that protects people, protects ratepayers, and I think we share that goal. It's something that was very personal to me because I made a personal commitment way back in 2020 when I first ran for leadership, and we have commitments even from the federal government speaking in their throne speech back 3 years ago to help our province with the individual characteristics we have and the need to finance the help of moving away from coal and upgrading our transmissions line here in the province. And so I have questions. Some of them are technical, just based on my memory of where we were at when we left government back in 2021. So we're approaching 2 years that has gone by. So we're 2 years closer almost to that time of 2030. And so I think it's in everyone's interest to keep our pressure on ensuring that the government's doing everything they can, having all the conversations they can, exploring all the funding opportunities that they can, especially that it was mentioned again in the federal government's budget, in the actual budget document, that they are committed to advancing upgrading of the interprovincial transmission lines within our region, which includes Nova Scotia. And so I think it's important for environmental reasons, of course, health reasons, the air quality, but one of the main reasons why I think we need to get moving is economic reasons, the cost of fuel that we're burning, especially coal, but other fossil fuels in our province. And so that's why that's kind of the theme of the questions. And I want to preface it with my first question so that people know that I very much care about the 300 plus people working at these 8 coal units, that their job is valued, and that I hope the province has actively created a plan for them as we go forward with that just transition. The federal government certainly would have to be part of a large package, and I know that they were considering order of magnitude in the not millions but billions towards ensuring that we had money for our workers that work for Nova Scotia Power in these coal facilities. And so my first question is, what are the plans for our workers in these coal facilities? We should have a plan, or at least part of a plan now that we can share, given that we're past the time where at least 2 coal plants should be closed. And so I hope that we have a plan, whether it's training, whether it's compensation, and what kind of package do we have for our workers. I know at one point that there was a significant percentage that were nearing the age of retirement, but there certainly is young people my age and younger working in these areas. And so I just want to ask the question, just to start off, how are we protecting our workers as we start to close down coal over the next 7 years?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So I thank the member for his question. I know his concern about his sort of the preamble into what his questions are going to be, and I look forward to having the conversation back and forth over the next little bit. To answer your question, this was actually a question put on the floor, or a little bit of a question that was put on the floor, I believe last fall, maybe last spring during estimates. I can't remember exactly. Department of Labour is actually part of the lead that's on that, but we are having conversations with Nova Scotia Power to ensure that those processes are taking place, and as we're moving into a green economy, and there's a need for more tradespeople and reskilling, if you will. One trade may not fit the suit or the T for the next green initiative job or where we're headed. So we're encouraging those conversations, but that would be a more suited question for the Department of Labour, I think, and a question that's suited around Nova Scotia Power. But I do know that those conversations are taking place, and you're quite right. I know from a comment that Nova Scotia Power has made to me directly, attrition is part of that. There is a small percentage that are nearing that retirement factor by the 2030 goal as the coal does disappear. But it's an ample opportunity. We have large markets for skilled trades in the province. I know through the Department of Labour and Skills there's ample opportunity for retraining, and if you're under that age of 30, there's an ample opportunity to keep you right here in Nova Scotia as a skilled trade worker with the most programs. So it's not that the doors are closing. There may be doors opening for the future for some of these employees.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to hear it's on the radar. It's just something I think we need to start looking at funding and training opportunities right away. Nova Scotia Power has a 10-year capital expenditure plan that is public. And I'm wondering if the minister can share how much maintenance costs has gone into our coal plants. And I'll just ask, since they've taken over government, so since 2021, what can he share in terms of the dollars that end up in rates that is actually spent to maintain our coal plants? And if he can share anything about plans over the next couple years that would be within his mandate, so past 2 years, next 2 years, dollars that are going into the capital.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
You're right. We certainly appreciate our staff, but even this is a question that he has to go back and get some numbers for you. We will provide that. It's not something that's tracked on a regular basis, and the future investments are to ensure that the coal process is there for the reliability of the grid system and our network while we work and achieve the goals for 2030. But we can get you that information right now.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm particularly interested in, while that information is gathered, with the plants that are at the Lingan facility. One or at least two are due for decommissioning, and also the Trenton 6, as those are 3 old plants. And I'm just curious how much funding is going into maintaining those plants that are either overdue for closure or coming up for closure. And I guess what I'm getting at is how much of a sunk cost is going into these plants for maintenance when we could be investing that money in renewable energy. So I don't expect to have that right away, but if I could get some answers on that. Another question I have is the costs of getting off coal. We had estimated when we were in government at $1.2 billion. So that was part of the request when we looked to the federal government to help us transition. I wonder if that cost has changed, and maybe if the minister can share what's the commodity cost for coal now. We talk a lot about how wind is the cheapest form. I note that from the intro remarks. So it has been the cheapest form of energy for a while, down towards the 5-cent kilowatt hour. Just so people understand just the delta between the coal that we're burning here, anything that the minister can share. What do we pay for coal in this province now? And is the cost still $1.2 billion for coal retirement?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So thank you, and if I read that right, there were a couple asks in there, but basically the main gist of the question was the comparison of wind to comparison of where coal's at, and so with the RFP, which I know the member's very familiar with the RFP that just was awarded the 5 projects last calendar year. So we actually went in a little bit different than what the previous government did. We actually maxed it out because we knew what it could be. So we maxed it out that it was 5 cent kilowatt hours is what the maximum bid for the power purchase agreement. And just to put it in comparison for that, at the peak for coal, which has come down slightly a little bit, but at its peak was 15 cents per kilowatt hour. And I mean, we know that was in the last calendar year, and there's still some fluctuation. It is trending down a little bit right now, but I think the point you're trying to make is renewable is cheaper than the coal right now, and we certainly agree with you on that side.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thanks to the minister, and that is one part of the question, and it does, I think, underline the point and the need for speed on this important area. The other question was the coal retirement costs. So in the request to try to get some help from the federal government, whether it's called the Eastern Energy Project, Atlantic Loop, really we just need to start upgrading our grids. The coal retirement cost was $1.2 billion. Is that still the estimate? And is the request from the federal government still $2 billion to help offset the impact that it has on rates? I think these are fair questions, given that this conversation goes back to when the Premier asked for all parties to help. All MPs were at the table from Nova Scotia, myself, the member for Halifax, Chebucto. All these numbers were shared. These aren't secret, confidential numbers. So I think Nova Scotians deserve to know, are we still trying to attain at least $2 billion in federal support to help with that $1.2 billion of coal retirement costs? And if there's anything else that Nova Scotians should know, if those numbers have changed with our ask from the federal government.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So thank you very much, and yes, it was an all-party meeting. It was a great meeting that was initiated, and I think the member would appreciate that the costs have driven up because of some unknowns that we didn't know about even in 2021, and the high prices of things going up. So yeah, the investment that's being asked for, even from the sort of the detailed or not so detailed scope of what the Atlantic Loop would look like, it's gone up drastically. We have heard the federal government talking about it, but as of yet, even through the regular meetings that our department have with Nova Scotia Power, with the federal government, with the infrastructure, Canada Bank infrastructure loans and programs, there's still not been that firm number that the federal government has come out and said, yes, this is what we would support. And at the end of the day, we need to ensure that, yes, we're on the track for renewable green energy, but we also have to ensure that the ratepayers in Nova Scotia aren't going to be biting off more than they can chew, so to speak. So we're still at the table having those conversations about the Atlantic Loop. We're disheartened that the price tags so sky high, but we would certainly encourage the federal government to sort of show their cards, if you will, and start talking about an actual number. As you've indicated at your time in government, if you will, this was one of your wish lists, and I totally respect that. But there's been a few years since that, so let's put the numbers on the table and let's have the conversation to see if this is an affordable path forward, not just for the pocketbooks of ratepayers, but for the other parties involved as well, and put the cards on the table and let's make a decision. But at the end of the day, I want to backtrack to some of my opening comments. With the process of the RFP for the wind, with those 5 projects, when they get on board, we're almost nearing that 80% mark by 2030 of renewables. A few more of the Green Choice program, another RFP for wind coming out. I certainly see us a pathway of meeting and achieving our goal of 80% renewables, maybe even before 2030. But at the end of the day, I think you and I are. Sorry, Mr. Chair, the member opposite and I can agree on. Once you achieve that goal, there's more to do as well. You can still set new goals, if you will, or surpass those goals. So there's a march in motion. But we really need the federal government to come to the table and actually talk about the hard number that they're willing to commit, not just to Nova Scotians, but the whole Atlantic region for this project.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think that's what I'm trying to get at tonight, is getting as many cards on the table as possible. The original plan was to close 5 coal plants by 2025 out of the 8 coal units, I should specify. Is that still the plan? We're getting closer and closer. So we're 2023. We're behind in schedule, I think mostly due to the Maritime Link not coming online totally. So I just want to know if that target has moved. Are we no longer able to get to 5 units by 2025?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So I guess what I would say is we want to close the coal plants as soon as possible. We've heard the narrative in the media that Nova Scotia Power is putting a halt on some of their green initiative projects. Does that include getting off coal? What I do want to reassure you is my conversations with Nova Scotia Power, that's not the narrative that's being discussed. They want to get off coal as well. The Atlantic Loop is one piece of the puzzle. Is it the be-all and end-all to get off the coal? No. Those conversations have taken place about the storage of battery storage and energy storage. That's one of the conversations where Nova Scotia Power is going with us at the table. But I don't want to speak for Nova Scotia Power, but I think everybody at that table with the Atlantic Loop and tying it back to there, we all need to know the numbers that are being offered at that so we can make a hard, fast decision. Are we going to invest in the loop, or are we going to invest in more Scotia solutions?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess part of my concern is that I believe the tendency for politicians, any stripe, any level of government, is to make a flashy announcement, wait for the multi-billion-dollar infrastructure projects, get out there, and sometimes the perfect can be the enemy of the good. There are multiple envelopes of programs through the federal government. Some of them increased even more in the last budget. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see a scenario where we're going to be completely off of coal. So set aside the 80% renewable discussion, because I do see the path to 80% renewable. When you include Maritime Link to 60%, the wind tender goes over to 70%. I think it's pretty easy to find a way to 80% before 2030. But to close, especially the last 3 coal plants, with all those things, with battery storage, I don't see a path where we at least don't have the upgraded line between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, which is part of the loop too, if you do the whole package together, the so-called Onslow line. So I just wonder, why aren't we at least building that and applying for existing federal funding? The last estimate that I had was $340 million. It's probably close to double that, given what I'm hearing from the minister about costs driving up quite significantly. My fear is we're going to be sitting here next year and the year after and still talking about a loop project that was talked about since 2020 with no real increase in investment on our transmission lines that's absolutely required. Whether Nova Scotia Power owns it or not, I'm not advocating for the utility. I'm advocating to ensure that we have the required infrastructure and investments and not leaving any money on the table, because there was certainly funding available through multiple federal programs to get that funding. And so in that meeting, when the Premier had all of us there, including the Minister, he said we needed a decision before the end of that calendar year. It was that time sensitive, before 2021 ended. Nova Scotia Power said the same thing. Somehow we're still in 2023 and we all think it's still possible. Why aren't we upgrading our transmission lines now with federal funding that's available?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So let's go back in time a little bit. You know, I'm an electrician by trade. The intertie with New Brunswick, that's something I've advocated for in the early 2000s. and we're still here today talking about that. That's disheartening, really. And that's not a pun at any government. Every stripe in this legislature has had government. That's something that Nova Scotia Power has to own. It should have been done in the early 2000s. We would have been that much closer to having the loop investment already made. But I can say something on that intertie. I believe it was this week, maybe next week. There's actually consultations starting with the communities where that intertie actually has to go. I think it's a second round of consultation. So Nova Scotia Power has started that conversation, consultation, if you will. I don't know what they're actually calling it in the public, but that conversation is taking place. My last meeting with Nova Scotia Power was prior to the federal budget. We speculated out of that conversation of what might be in that budget. But also the team that meets on a regular basis to the member opposite, their last meeting was prior to the federal budget as well. So what new money is allocated through initiatives and programs, I know the team's looking at that from all different levels. Our department at the federal levels, I know Nova Scotia Power would be filtering through that as well. But the actual investment that has been said from the federal government about the loop, there's been no hard, fast number on any of those conversations of what they would invest into it, and also invest so Nova Scotia Power doesn't have that asset that they have to back charge the ratepayers and see the rates go sky high. I think we can all agree we need the investment to ensure the reliability, the greening of our grid. But how far of another rate can ratepayers afford to go right now? So we need our federal counterparts to share that number of what they're willing to invest out of their budget for that. So those are the conversations we're taking place right now.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, there are existing programs, and I wonder if the minister had made any application at all to the federal government for any funding to help offset the capital costs on this required upgrade. I appreciate the minister, even in his prior life, was advocating for that specific piece, but also the offset to the fuel costs. And I've heard the minister talk about not having any control over the fuel cost adjustment that has been the topic of discussion here. So the 7% this year and next year, virtually what Nova Scotia Power had asked for originally. Legislation passed which capped the rate part, but still doesn't control what they're able to charge on fuels. And that goes back to our original discussion where I started. What is the cost of coal here in the province? Well, it's more expensive, 3 times the cost of wind, as stated by the minister this evening. And so that's why the fuel costs are so high, the commodity pricing in the markets, whether it's oil, whether it's coal. We need help in this province because of our scenario and our energy mix. And so what applications have been actually officially put forward to the federal government to offset fuel costs and to upgrade our transmission lines?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So yeah, there's been many things, but I think let's back up a little bit about. I think part of the conversation is about the affordability and the fuel costs for Nova Scotians, and when we compare that, if we weren't put up with the process of paying for the link from Newfoundland right now and not receiving the power. We may not be having this full discussion. I think we'd still be having some of the discussion because there'd still be coal on the system. But we were essentially paying for a system that we weren't receiving the renewable energy from for a period of time. Albeit the last couple of months, they're getting back up and appreciating that. But the Premier actually wrote to the federal level about making the argument where there was I don't want to call it a bailout, but there was assistance that went to Newfoundland because they were seeing the exact same thing. We've advocated to different levels of the federal government for that. There's been no official response back yet. I do know there's still conversations ongoing about that. We coordinated $250 million for the wind and the battery storage. We've coordinated some investments with the CIB to assist in all of our proponents for the wind and some of Nova Scotia Power for the transmission into that process. And also the 140 that we put into the heat pump process, the feds came back with their programs and doubled that. So there's always ongoing conversations at the federal level to assist with the ongoing nature of affordability and to ensure that we are getting sort of our fair share with the thing. That letter that I speak about with we should be put on par with what took place in Newfoundland. That is an ongoing conversation. I know my department and I speak with our counterparts at NRCan on a regular basis advocating for that. And so, look, now that the new budget's been announced, I certainly look forward to carrying on those conversations and what other investments that the federal level can put into Nova Scotia to ensure that we are getting our fair share of that money.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, hopefully we have some relief for the 14% power bill hike that we'll see over 2 years. I want to ask about output-based pricing system that we'll have in Nova Scotia to replace the cap and trade program. Can the minister share how much that will drive up power bills, given that Nova Scotia Power, I know that it's cheaper than a carbon tax, but the output-based performance standards will put a cost on Nova Scotia Power that they have a right to push on to ratepayers. And so I wonder, I know there's revenue associated with that too, but I want to know what the cost is on power bills. How much will they increase with the output-based pricing system?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
So with that new development, that those conversations are still ongoing, but I think your question would be better directed with ECC at the present time. Sorry.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Yes, I'd like to direct a question over to the, I'm just joking. Okay, no, I will ask that certainly. Green Choice Program, certainly that could be part of moving towards what we all want to see and going to the 80% target and beyond. When will that actually be officially live? We know that like a lot of big companies like Michelin and others were interested in going using the Green Choice Program, but I think it's fair to say that developers in this space, renewable energy, need the certainty as soon as possible. So timeline on Green Choice.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much. And so I'm told that I'm going to have some work in a couple of weeks sitting on my desk. So that's how close that it's coming to sort of making the next step announcements, if you will. Something that we had to be very cautious about was ensuring that we had enough work talent in the area to put up the next set of windmills and as we get going. But I do want to highlight as we're moving into those next steps, this is something that we're very committed to taking on. We hear from those stakeholders that want access to renewable energy for their business, and I mean it's the right thing to do. And there's other businesses that are taking on their own initiatives, but in and around the green choice, I would certainly hope. By mid this year, we'll certainly be able to announce sort of the solid stakeholder and move forward with the next steps.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And another area of renewable energy sources is solar. And so the government did step up with solar, and they made some legislative change that was helpful to the industry. Under our government, we had started community solar opportunities, and I wonder when we'll actually be able to get to a point where we'll see dedicated community solar programming in Nova Scotia, if that's a possibility.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So by Q3, I'm being told that there's more work coming again. So it's that close again. So I think that reads the narrative that we're not sitting on our hands. It's something that we're all very interested in, and we need to get them out the door. Again, the same with this sector. We want to make sure that we have the ability to get the work done when we make the announcements, and that we're not flooding the market with announcements where a lot of the workers would be already tied up, and it would be an announcement that we may not get any uptake in because people are already occupied or there's a supply chain demand. But this is something that's coming this calendar year.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and good news for Green Choice, good news for solar. What about offshore wind? So in terms of the context of being ready, not sitting on our hands, I was aware that Minister Wilkinson recently said that he will be tabling legislation this spring on the board that's going to operate for renewables and broaden their mandate. I thought I heard you say fall we're looking at for our legislation, so I wonder, given that it is a bit of a jurisdictional race around the world to hydrogen, if that and offshore development, is the minister concerned that we're not ready to have legislation introduced in this session and wait until the fall for regulatory certainty for that environment?
I recognize the honourable member for Minister for Natural Resources.
It is a joint submission, joint party or group associate, but because of the hierarchy, the federal level has to do their regulations before we can table ours at ours. We were hoping that they would have had theirs done by this spring so we could table it as well to have those processes. But we do have a regional assessment that's going on in the area as well in lockstep and barrel. I believe Newfoundland is also a part of the same announcement that we're doing it. So it's not necessarily a race that we can achieve without the federal level approving that process first. So as soon as the federal level gets theirs approved, and hopefully, as Minister Wilkinson has said, this coming spring sitting, we'll be able to bring it in hopefully on the first day of the fall session and hold Minister Wilkinson to account. But no, it's a good relationship. We need him to sort of do his homework first, so we can bring our homework here and get it approved.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. And I guess given the amount of capital that we're talking about, billions of dollars, different jurisdictions offering tax credits. I actually introduced a tax credit in this House before, and now the federal government has introduced theirs. I'm just not sure if it's in our best interest to wait until the fall, given that there's so much interest and we don't want to lose out on any opportunities or the best opportunities that come forward. Would the minister consider asking his colleagues to recall the legislature in the summer if it is something that his department feels that needs to get passed before the fall and where we may lose out on a big economic opportunity?
I recognize the honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So it's mirror legislation, and it's actually not slowing us down because we have to do the offshore assessment, or the regional assessment anyway. So that's why both parties got together and sort of put that step forward, even before the legislation was all done. So we're actually steps ahead by doing that assessment. Quite frankly, I'll be honest, if I thought we were going to lose time, I certainly would go to the Premier and say, hey, we may be interested in losing this. And I know that the Premier's huge interest is in green hydrogen. It was one of the announcements that the Premier actually took from the department. I never want to sit in the chair of the Premier. You've had the ability to sit in the chair. There's certain announcements that you have ministers make. That was an announcement the Premier wanted to make, and rightfully so. It was a huge announcement for the province, 5 gigawatts to be offshore. So we are lockstep and barrel with the federal government. I really honestly don't think we're losing any time at the present time. But rest assured, if I did think that we were going to, I'd certainly be pulling at the Premier's ear. But we need to make sure that we get the regional assessment off the ground, which was announced March break or last week. So we're off to the races, and all the indications that I'm having from the stakeholders and sort of from the worldwide market, we're leading the pack. We certainly are leading the pack on this, it bears the question: is all the coastline that Canada has, why is this the first ever investment that or announcement that we have on offshore wind? And that's not a dig at the previous government by any stretch. I know that was in your mind when you were in the leadership race and in there as Premier. This is something that we have the ability to do in Nova Scotia. I'm quite proud of that. I know many Nova Scotians are proud of this aspect. We're off to the races. We aren't necessarily waiting for the legislation to get our feet in the ground, so to speak.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, thanks to the minister. And I think when we were thinking about how we would reach our renewable energy targets, we looked at onshore because of the significant lower costs. We're talking about 5 cents kilowatt hour. There's no chance you can get it on the offshore. But now that there is export opportunities through hydrogen, I think it is a bit of a different landscape and opportunity for the province. But there has been an invitation-only process to date to apply for a lease for Crown land for wind to power green hydrogen. And we know that there's a long list of developers that are interested. And so I wonder how the government is proposing to move forward with the utilization of Crown land. Is there a number ministers thinking of, given the percentage of Crown land protected? So how much Crown land do we think we're looking at, and what kind of a process can we look at in terms of fairness?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
I don't want to take up too much time, but I do want to talk through a little bit of this. So when we originally did that RFI, I believe is what we called it, there were 4 proponents that were at the door asking for Crown lands. And we had to do it a fair process. And I know you previously sitting in my chair can appreciate the process of allocating Crown lands and such. The 4 proponents agreed to the process we put in front of them. And at the end of the day, there was going to be winners and losers, unfortunately. So that's the process where we're at today with the developments that are taking place. Currently, there's conversations within the department that are taking place of what are we going to do next, because we know that there are going to be proponents that ask for more. How do we get to a place where we can have that plan for Crown lands for certain aspects and certain wishes of what we need to see for all Nova Scotians? I don't want to say that we're in a place where I could put that number out today, but we are having those conversations. But the other conversation we're also having and throwing it out to interested stakeholders is things can coexist on Crown land. And we see, I can utilize the PHP, for example. We know that PHP has the FULA within the department. Some of those windmills, onshore wind, can actually be set up and coexist on that forestry land, if you will. So those are conversations we're taking place as we're also developing the plan for the next step of that intake of asks, if you will.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. And just in the interest of time, I want to jump down to like the demand side of electricity, and I noticed that wasn't mentioned in the ECRA Act. I think that's the acronym. But certainly we do track the energy savings year to year, or we did at one point. I know this is very much under Efficiency 1, but the Minister works with Efficiency 1, and I wonder there likely isn't a target, but maybe the minister can share any information what the demand percentage was achieved in the last year or the last 2 years. Do we have any of that? I know we were trying to get like 1% a year around that range. I'm just wondering if there's any progress that the minister can share on demand side electricity to reduce. And the reason why I say that is because it is actually the cheapest way that we can actually move forward. It's cheaper than certainly bringing in tidal energy and upgrading the transmission lines that we spoke about. So demand side is very important, and we're seen as one of the leaders in the country, I think second to only BC now. So I wonder if there's anything to share in terms of demand side progress in the last 2 years.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So I think you're probably, sorry, Madam Chair, Mixed Chair. I think the member opposite is probably aware it's about 12% since 2008, but in the last calendar year, it was above 1. I think it's between 1.1 and 1.2 in the last calendar year.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and to the minister. That's good. We should put a target in that bill. We're hitting 1%. That's pretty good. I wonder if the minister can share when Nova Scotia will adopt the updated Canadian Building Code and have net zero ready be adopted. I know BC and even New Brunswick and some others have committed to a year where they're going to adopt the net zero ready. So just wondering if the minister has comments.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. So just very quickly, and I think the member is aware, the building code application actually falls under municipal affairs and housing. It's not our choice to go with it or not go with it. But what I can say is we're already making investments to achieve some of those goals that are already in that standard. And I think as you can see, some of the investments and initiatives that we've taken on, we're certainly trying to reach those 2050 goals as well, net zero.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I wonder, in the same lines of efficiency, so we found out about a year ago that an Efficiency One canceled the new home efficiency, the new construction home efficiency program. There was no real big announcement. There was just a couple emails that went out, but we've heard from some people that have since started constructing their home, and if you started after a certain month, you really didn't have any opportunity for any rebates. I wonder if the minister can explain how that benefits Nova Scotians in making the right choices to build new homes. We have some provinces that are looking at not allowing fossil fuels at all in homes, and I'm not advocating for a certain regulation in that area, but certainly we should have some incentive for people to actually add insulation, heat pumps, those types of things, and we had a long-standing program where you could at least get $2,000, I think up to $5,000 to offset costs that you increase. And so I think they were modest at best at that time, and actually needed to be increased to make it worthwhile, because when you're in new construction, to upgrade your heat pump or to go to ICF or some of these other types of significant cost to homeowners. I think there's a reason why we continue to see people in all these new developments across HRM just building to code. Code has certainly improved over the years, but you don't see passive houses like being built as much as I think that they should be, because there's no incentive for people to do so, and now we don't have any incentive for new home builds. So I know it's under the mandate of Efficiency 1, but certainly I think the minister would agree that we need something to entice our new home builders, and especially in this housing boom, we have all these new homes being built. It's a lost opportunity if we don't at least work with Efficiency 1 to get a new program in place.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Okay. No, thank you. Just in recognition of time, I don't have the dollar figure. E1 ran out of the funding. That's why the program was canceled. It wasn't that we just cut the funding for that specific thing. But the further, there is money in there for the new, to incentivize new buildings in this current budget. Recognizing the time, we're just having a hard time finding that number for you. I'm sure you have some more questions that you do want answers to.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I appreciate the time. That's actually all the questions I have for tonight. I'll give it back to my colleagues in the NDP. I really appreciate the time and the candid conversation, and keep up the good work.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So just to verify, it's actually not in our budget. It's $12 million for the climate, through the climate plan. I think over 4 years. So for housing initiatives. Just a time check as well.
So there's,
No, to the end of it tonight.
I believe we're finishing at 9:17.
Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, but just to circle back to a question I asked in the last hour, I had asked about I think it was the resource management line, and so that's 17.5. So if the minister has an answer for that now, great, and if not, maybe we'll see that in the future. But I just wanted to clarify where we were pointing to.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So thank you, and I thank you for Can we just get a clarification of what the question was? We did find the page, sorry.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Yeah, that the resource management line was over budget by $10 million, and asking what that was, and then the budgeted amount goes back to regular. So, is it an expense that won't be incurred next year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, and you won't hear me say it too often, but you were correct. If Fiona money, but also the announcement, I believe last week or 2 weeks ago, New Dawn in the housing initiative in solar project in Cape Breton. That was the addition, but the majority of it was the Fiona cleanup.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
That's great, although I would go back to my previous comment that I suspect we should continue to be budgeting for events like that, noting that the budget goes back to flat this year. And with that, I'll yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, the member for Dartmouth
I
North.
recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair, and hello, everyone. I'm going to ask a couple of questions about Nova Scotia Power to start, and then if I have time, I'll spread my wings. So it's been an eventful year with respect to this government's regulation of Nova Scotia Power, most notably being Bill 212, introduced in the fall. In response to the bill, Nova Scotia Power walked back on its plans to invest in renewable infrastructure, jeopardizing off-coal and reduction targets. Did the department anticipate this kind of blowback from the bill?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair. I guess what I would say is, I don't want to presuppose of what we thought. We knew that they wouldn't be happy, but we were very clear with them that Nova Scotians couldn't afford a rate increase. And we did table Bill 212. It was a unanimous decision in here about Bill 212. The UARB found that without Bill 212, rates would have been double digits each year. So they admitted in their findings that Bill 212 did the job. And as of recent as last week, with an information brochure that went out from Nova Scotia Power to all elected officials in the province, they recognized the fact that Bill 212 did its job as well. So, yes, there's a vast concern about in the media that Nova Scotia Power would be walking away or backing off some of the renewable projects. But they never said they were going to cancel anything. I think the wording they used was paused. But I can say that my conversations with Nova Scotia Power this calendar year have been very optimistic. As recent about the storage bill that we passed a few days ago, they're very encouraged about what initiatives that we set across for being very blunt. We have targets. 2030's coming. And we expect Nova Scotia Power to hold them to account with the legislation that's before them. I think they understand now they have a government that is going to hold them to account. And but were they going to be upset? Yeah, it was that rate increase that they applied for. The majority of that was about profits. It was about profits, so of course they were going to be disappointed.
Before I pass it back to the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North, Minister, would you like some time for closing remarks this evening?
Yeah, about 22 minutes and 26 seconds. No, maybe 2 minutes at the most. Maybe 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. So far, the only performance standard the government has put forward in the regulations has been to protect the interest of large industrial companies. But last week in the House, the minister stated that his staff has begun working on writing some of the standards and that minimum mandatory fines might be included for some. So can the minister confirm if there will be standards created regarding energy poverty? Also, while I'm still up, sorry, energy poverty, environmental performance, or reliability.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much. I hope you were humming something upbeat, wake me up here. So thank you very much. So yeah, we're developing regulations for all customers, not just commercial. So we're working on that process. And as you recall, we did pass the legislation about the performance ship table. Those regulations are almost done. I own the fact, I said last calendar year I wanted to see that announced. I own the fact that that's not done. The performance ship partnership table. So that is actually what's going to be assigned about the affordability, and the conversation is going to be taking place there. But I just wanted to make sure that you understood too, it's not just the commercial customers we're looking at. There's regulations being developed and considered for all customers. But also we want to make sure that we're giving the tools to the UARB that are needed to ensure that the processes are working forward.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thanks. Well, okay, so I have a B part to that, which is how are the regulations being developed? Or is there any consultation taking place? But since you mentioned the UARB, I'm wondering also, one of the features of our framework with Nova Scotia Power is that they're guaranteed a band of profit from their operation in Nova Scotia. Other jurisdictions are implementing frameworks where returns are tied to performance-based regulations. We've talked about this a lot. Are there discussions at the department about this idea, and is it something that the department's exploring?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So I guess what I would say is we're not looking at that whole process right now. What we are looking at is to hold Nova Scotia Power to account as we move down to put appropriate penalties in the appropriate positions. But to call it rate-based penalties, performance, sorry, I'm losing train of thought here tonight. That's not what we're discussing. We want to make sure that Nova Scotians have reliable power and are receiving what they're paying for. We were against the rate hikes, so now with the rate hikes, we want to make sure that Nova Scotia Power has to provide the reliable and quality power that Nova Scotians deserve.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, well, we've already seen the government somewhat reluctant to impose penalties to Nova Scotia Power. In light of Nova Scotia Power's recent pausing of their decarbonization plans, how does the minister plan to hold Nova Scotia Power account for the climate goals that we've all, passed together in this House?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So the only actual penalty that we can impose is the RES penalty. The rest of the penalties are imposed by the UARB, or if it's a climate standard, that would fall under the Climate Change Department of Environment and Climate Change. So the RES is the only one that we can actually impose. So what we're trying to do is give the UARB the tools that they need to, so not only government can hold them to account, but the UARB has the ability to hold them to account for full factor as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, sorry, I had a question about that. Okay, sorry. Sorry, can I just need to know what RES stands for. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
That's a renewable electricity standard.
recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
So last year, the government forgave Nova Scotia Power $165 million in compliance costs. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, that's something different. Okay. Was there a reason why the government couldn't legislate a requirement? Oh yeah, this is the question that I was looking for. Was there a reason why the government couldn't legislate a requirement that this cost be borne solely by the shareholders? So, and again, the minister has just said he wants to give the UARB the control over how to regulate the utility, but we know that legislation can affect all of that stuff anytime we actually want to. So is there a reason why we couldn't recoup costs like that $165 million through legislation, or not recoup it, but like that it would be borne by the shareholders, that it wouldn't be passed on to ratepayers? And I guess that question goes across the board when we're talking about the URAB. Can we not legislate that the UARB, when they're regulating, make sure that the penalties or whatever are coming from the shareholders, not the ratepayers? Does that make sense? Yes, sort of makes sense.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the credits that you're talking about, it wasn't a money exchange. That actually came from ECC. That didn't come from our department. So it came from Environment and Climate Change. It didn't come from our department. And it was, I believe, 165 million credit. So it wasn't actually a money change. It was a credit to allow the rates to stay down for the ratepayers in Nova Scotia. To answer your question about where the penalties come from and who pays the penalties, none of it comes from the ratepayers. It all comes from the shareholders. It's not the ratepayers. So when Nova Scotia Power gets a penalty, they can't up the rates to offset the penalties. So I just want to make sure that's very clear for anyone listening, because that's sort of been a bit of a debate in the House since the bill's been tabled of who does pay the penalties. It's the shareholders that do pay the penalties if Nova Scotia Power does receive a penalty from the UARB for any of the targets that they don't meet, or the renewable electricity standard from the government. So that's the one the government does. The other ones are the UARB, but it all comes from the shareholders.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, thanks very much for that. It's really difficult to tell from what we have in front of us whether or not we're on track to meet our renewable energy targets. We have already seen the scramble that happens when year over year we don't meet the regulated targets. Wondering if the government will release a year-to-year plan that explains, on the path to 80% renewables by 2030 and the phase out of coal, what proportion of energy will come from what source each year.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So the quick numbers, recognizing you probably have a few more questions. So the Atlantic link, so 40%. Maritime link, sorry, I can't read your numbers there, Dave. I apologize. That's where we're at now. Where we're at now, sorry, bear with me. We're at 40. With the Maritime link, will be another 10. And with everything else, we'll be at another 10. And as we get the RFPs for the wind and everything else going, it's quite clear that we can reach the 80% targets. With where we're going now, it's not to say that we're going to stop, though.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Well, that's great to hear. But I guess my question was actually something quite a little bit different, which is that just wondering if the department would commit to each year producing a document, flyer, whatever, chart, graph that shows what energy is coming, or what proportion of renewable energy is coming from what sources as we go towards 2030.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So this is something that actually is in the climate plan report, but it's actually, Nova Scotia Power is going to be held to account to actually keep that updated as to where the power is going to be coming from. So it is a plan that is in place to start getting that information in.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, great. Okay, I'll finish with this actually. And then our caucus welcomed the overdue release of the climate plan and the climate risk assessment last year, which came on the heels of a devastating hurricane, and then and we saw widespread damage to homes and businesses. The climate plan was vague about the Atlantic Loop when trying to explain how we will meet our renewable energy targets. In the Ecology Action Centre's response to the climate plan, it said, Nova Scotians deserve clarity on the status of these discussions and a timeline for the release of a decision. So my first question is, what is the timeline for a decision or update on the Atlantic Loop?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I want to be very clear. We certainly believe that we're going to meet our renewable targets without the Atlantic Loop. But for us to make a decision and a full, hard, fast commitment about the Atlantic Loop, we need the feds to actually come to the table with a dollar figure, not just a commitment that we're going to do it or anything like that. We need a hard, fast commitment of the finances that they will invest to ensure the ratepayers don't have to bear the front of this. And I mean, the other aspect of that, there's different groups of government that are involved with this. It's 3 provinces and at the federal level as well. So we all need to be on the same page as we play the game with the conversation back and forth with the Atlantic Loop. I just want to reiterate for the House, our conversations are still ongoing with that. We're still advocating for as much money that we can get for that. But at the end of the day, we don't necessarily need the Atlantic Loop to meet the goals that this government has set out before us. It's another piece of the pie for renewable energy and back and forth energy, but it's not the I guess the pie in the sky answer that we need to ensure that we meet it. As I said, we're going to meet our 80% renewables, and we're going to keep on going from there. The Atlantic Loop will actually be part of that process.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, thank you very much. So one of our goals is to have 20% of land protected by 2030, but we need to do some work on this, and we need a plan. I'm wondering if, my understanding is that we haven't finished the plan that was supposed to be finished in 2013, or maybe it was started in 2013. So wondering if the minister can tell us if there's an updated plan on the way for Crown land use planning, and when we will see it, and will it get us to the 20% by 2030?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So yes, that's we're still working on the PAPA list. And what the commitment that my colleague at the Environment and Climate Change that we made for this calendar year, we will have the plan on the future forecast to where we're going with that. On this calendar year, we'll have the plan in.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North, likely on your last question, or their last question.
He just needs 2 minutes, Madam Next Chair. Okay, do my best, do my best. Wondering if the minister can talk about any programs that might be on the horizon for electric vehicle and solar panel battery storage projects. So we know, when Hurricane Fiona happened, when I went out the door, after everything got quiet in my house, I went out the door and it was like, because everyone's, gas or diesel generators were running. And obviously that's, that added fossil fuel in the environment is a bad idea. but necessary. So we know that there is technology to use electric vehicles or solar powers as battery storage. Can the minister talk at all about that for Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Here we go with the acronyms again. So we've invested in the V2G, Vehicle to Grid Study. So we've invested in that. And also the solar and battery incentive through Efficiency Nova Scotia program as well.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, great. Excuse me. Has the department received a proposal from Cabot Links to build a golf course at Mabu Provincial Park?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
I did not ask today, but as of last week when I asked, no.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, one last question here. Mixed chair. Sorry, pardon me. I'm wondering about environmental home assessment program. So we used to have a program and it ended in like 2013, 2014. And essentially it was like the efficiency programs where there were rebates to, you know the efficiency programs where you get rebates for doing efficiency upgrades on your home. But in terms of things like healthy well water, healthy septic, healthy oil tanks, free products like water saving, taps and septic pump rebates and that kind of thing, environmentally friendly laundry soap, it all used to happen, doesn't happen anymore. Is the department looking at bringing that back?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources to respond to this question and then perhaps to continue into closing remarks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the conversation. Just very quickly, I appreciate what you're bringing to the table. I think it's the wrong department, though. I think part of that would actually be Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Part of it may, with the well water, may even fall under Department of Environment and Climate Change, and I might even be speaking off. It might all be municipal affairs, but it'd be worthwhile the conversation to carry on. So, with that, I'll carry on to closing remarks. Okay, thank you very much, Mixed Chair, and thank you for everybody for the conversation this evening as we share a good story of what's going on in the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables. And so be it resolved that the sum not exceeding $142,579,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables pursuant to the estimates E15.
Shall the resolution stand?
Yes.
I know. The resolution has stood. Order. The time allotted for the consideration of supply today has elapsed. I thank the Minister for Natural Resources and the staff of the department for attending today.
Go home.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on a future date.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. Order. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports.
That the committee of the Whole on Supply has met and has made progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. That concludes business for the day. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on Tuesday, April the 4th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Business will include third reading of Bill 256, Committee of the Whole House on Bills 273, 262, 279, and of course the continuation of Committee of the Whole House on Supply to deal with estimates. Thank you.
The motion is to adjourn until 1 p.m. tomorrow. All in favor? We stand adjourned until 1 p.m.